There you are.
So we're good?
Yeah.
I'd like to call to order the November 2nd, 2023 Montecito Board of Architecture, 16th. Thank you. I've got the minutes in front of me. The November 16th, 2023 Montecito Board of Architectural Review to order. First item on the agenda is public comment for projects that are not being reviewed today. Is there anybody that would like to address the board, please?
I'm not.
Seeing none, agenda status report. David, please.
We do have one request for a continuance. Item number 2, the Coulter Family Trust New Residence, 23 BAR 139. The applicant has, or the agent has requested a continuance to your November 30th hearing.
Is there a motion to that effect, please?
I'll make a motion to continue item 2, 1705 Glen Oaks Drive to next November 30th.
Is there a second, please? Any further discussion?
Dave, didn't you say that you needed to recuse from item number 3 or number 2 and 3?
Yes. Oh, I can't.
You
Who
get a
else
second
wants to
from
second
somebody
it?
else over here.
Second.
Rob seconds it. Okay, very good. And all those in favor, please? Aye. Excellent tip. Thank you for speaking up there. Okay, item number Roman numeral 3, minutes of the 2nd. Is there anybody that has any comments on that, please? Okay, item number 2, comment number 5. The action is a little odd. It said no action taken, project may return for further conceptual review. I don't think that, is that what we normally say there?
What are you on, John?
Where I was 2, comment 5. Okay, comment of item 3. Comment number 2, the vehicular entry gate should be set back 20 feet from the right of way or paving. Which should it be? This is the one on Middle Road. It says from the road. What, I think we should be more,
Maybe road.
where were we going with that? Edge of paving?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's change that from the edge of paving. Okay. Okay, then item number 3, soften the, and I'd like to add the words street facing wall. So it describes which wall we were discussing, and remove the words up and somewhat. I don't think that we normally say things like that. Item number 4, comment number 2 and number 4 or 5 seem to be very similar. Encourage providing guest parking space in the gravel area closer to the home. And then also number 5, encourage you to place an extra parking space adjacent to the, and then it says home. So this is Dale's project over there on San Leandro. I think we can eliminate one of those. Yes? No? Yes? You guys, so let's eliminate number 5. And then I want to chat with the board about number 4. The garage roof is somewhat out of scale and can be lowered. Is that, did somebody say that? Is that?
I believe I made that comment myself.
And is that, does that fairly represent what you said, Chip?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Let's leave it in there then. Okay. Item number 5. Comment number 3. This has to do with the arches. This is the project on Sycamore Canyon. Other members felt that removal of the arches is an improvement from the home. And then I'd like to strike the rest of that sentence and add returning the design to its original character. Then I think I don't think that item number 4 really belongs in the minutes. The landscaping is not being discussed on this project.
That's not incorrection.
Okay. Item number 7, comment number 1, rather than say rethink, I think we normally say restudy and I'd like to add the word exterior lights to ensure the lights remain on the property and the bulbs are not visible from the beach. This was actually my comment. This is the project down on the beach and they had 3rd story looking down. That's okay with everybody?
Yep.
Okay, item number 9, comment number 2, there's a typo note. It should say roofing, not oofing. And then it's good, Kimberly, where were you when we needed you? Okay, item number 9, preliminary approval granted. We normally have a vote and the vote is not shown on here. That could be added.
I'll take a look at the minutes and the notes that I got from Jonathan and add that back in.
And that's all that I have. Is there anybody else?
And use your mic, please.
Thank you. Just a little slow out of the gate, but back to item 7 on 1, rethink the lights.
The exterior lights.
Yeah, to the exterior light effects or something. I mean,
Okay, so this is a project down on Fernald Point, 3 or 4 stories. They had an exterior deck up on the top. And they had some lights pointing down.
you're after the lighting effect. You're not after the physical lights, right?
I made this comment, where I was trying to go is when you're walking on the beach and looking up, I don't want to see the light bulb itself coming down.
Yeah, okay, so that's not what to be semantically correct. I mean, it would be rethink the lighting effect or the effects of the light.
Okay, so let me tell you what I said. The exterior, restudy the exterior lights to ensure that the lights remain on the property. And then I'd like to strike the rest of that sentence and say the bulbs are not visible from the beach.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I'm just saying it's not the light, physically the lights being on the property. It's the effect of the lighting that you want to remain on the property.
Well, no, they could point in. They could point in.
But if they're way up there, they're down like.
No, it's not. It's semantically saying that the lights to remain on the property sounds like that somebody's putting a light. Their other option would be to put the light physically off the property. So I'm just saying it's the lighting effect is what you're after, not the lighting, the light itself.
Fixture.
It doesn't make any.
Okay, never mind. It's not that important. I know what you're after, so
Okay.
sorry.
Is there anybody else that has any comments, please? I'd like to move for approval of the minutes as amended. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Members' informational briefings. Claire, do you have anything to report?
Probably, yes. Actually, we talked about it on the site visit so this is more information in general. I will be leaving MBAR at the end of this year. And I knew I was going to get David. He just went, dropped his mouth. After I actually figured it out, or after 42 years of service to the community, to Montecito, In one form as another, mostly it's been in MR, but then there was a time where I wasn't on MR and I was on the planning commission. And it is now time to move on. And that's what I'm doing. So after I will be here for the next 2 meetings and then you won't see me again.
Well, thank you for your service and congratulations.
Yeah, no, it's actually really getting very exciting. I mean, you know, and then the other thing, I guess, under members' informational briefings, I also should report that I did attend the Montecito Association on Tuesday. Yeah, so.
Okay, anybody else?
Yes, Chair, I have another Zoom meeting at 2:30 today with the county, with the city for about half an hour, so I need to step down for about half an hour, roughly around 2:30.
Let us know when you leave and let us know when you come back, please.
Well, thank you.
Okay, anybody else, David?
Recusing myself for item number 3.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so I think this is the right place. Here's the deal. If this is not really quick, we're gonna have a full discussion item. Rob lives farther away from Montecito than others and has found it hard to get here for site visits. He's proposing that we move them to around 11 o'clock. Can we support that, or should we have, is it easy to support or not? So Rob, you would like that, yes?
Ideally, but if I'm the
Rob?
outlier, then.
Robert?
I'll
Yes?
support that.
I'm on the fence. I mean, I could go either way.
And David?
I prefer it the way it is, but if we're gonna
And-
switch it,
And Tip?
I'm fine with 11 a.m.
I
Or
think
9.
we have a full discussion item. I want to make sure Dave gets heard about this. Okay, so if you could put that on the next agenda,
Okay, I will.
okay? Keep trying. So, okay. So, staff update, anybody?
Nothing from me.
Okay, thank you. Item number 1, 1029 Monte Cristo Lane. April, are you here or somebody else representing the project?
I'm here.
Did you say that?
Oh, I'm stepping down for Westmont item, whatever, and Dave will be chairing that item.
That's like,
April, so the floor is yours.
Okay. Did we want to start with the photo package or the plan set?
Why don't you take the lead, please?
Okay, the photo package will kind of orient you. So 1029 Monte Cristo, our scope of work is mostly an interior. Can you hear me okay?
John? John, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Did we review the, oh no, we have a site visit, huh? At 9 a.m. this morning. Never mind, thank you, sorry.
April, sorry about this little incoherence this morning. The floor is yours, please.
No problem. 1029 Monte Cristo is kind of mid-block there. It's just one house to the right of center. If you want to scroll to the next page, I think I have a zoomed in version, second page. It's right there in the center, and our scope of work is primarily an interior remodel with some door and window changes and then a backyard remodel, including a patio and a pool. Next page. And so that's the front frontage from Monte Cristo Lane, no changes to the street frontage. Next. And that's the house. Once you get into an inside courtyard past that front gate, this is the front elevation, and there's some front entry change here that you'll see on the elevations. And then the window and French door to the sides are staying the same. Next. So those are pictures of that entry courtyard, and there's no change to the paving or landscape there. Next. This is the back elevation, and we're going to be replacing these sliders with some accordion bifold doors and replacing the patio with pavers that will look like the cobblestone pavers in the front yard. Next. That hedge is going to be altered to probably more of a ficus hedge, and just to continue that privacy between neighbors. Next. This is the neighbor to the west, the east. And next. This is the neighbor to the west. Next. And Goleta Sanitary is across the street, so it's pretty much buffered by landscaping. That's it for the photo package. We can look at the plans now. Okay, so I think you all know where we are. If you'd like, you can zoom in on the vicinity map. So Monte Cristo Lane is just to the side of the cemetery, east of the cemetery, kind of close to Butterfly Beach. And did you want to look at the FAR? We're well under, I mean, we're not adding any square footage, so FAR is not impacted. We can zoom out to the sheet size and scroll through the sheets. That's the topography map, and just to orient you, Monte Cristo Lane is on the left-hand side, and then for the remaining plans, it'll be on the right-hand side. The sheets were set up by another designer, and so just to get you oriented there. The backyard, you can see the terrain steps up maybe 5 feet in the back where the words Lot 9 is. And there are some existing trees in the backyard. That's to the right-hand side of the page. Next. So the existing site plan, now we're flipped. Monte Cristo Lane is on the right-hand side of the page and the backyard's on the left. And that existing site plan just shows it bare. It's turf right now with a patio and an existing oak tree and 2 trees to be removed at the west property line. So if you want to zoom in on those trees, I don't recall offhand what they are. Oh, the 2 being removed are a bottle brush and a corkscrew weeping willow. So now you're looking at the proposed plan, and we're proposing just decomposed granite walkways kind of sweeping on either side of the pool, and some olive trees, and lower ground cover, Diamondia. And then at the back, we'll have kind of a lounge area around a fire pit. And the pool equipment building will be concealed behind a small pony wall, kind of a decorative feature at the back near those 4 chairs surrounding the fire pit. And some additional olive trees in the yard there to the south, which is the left-hand side of the page. And we're proposing ficus to kind of line the east and south property lines, and that oak tree will remain in the southeast corner. That's pretty much it. Next. You can skip these pages. And skip. So one back page, actually that's fine. We don't need to look at the floor plan. The elevations, the top 2 elevations are existing on the right and proposed on the left. So we're going to be taking out that semicircle entry window over the door and doing a steel door and window assembly that's rectangular, and replacing the light fixtures flanking the entry door. And the windows on the east elevation will remain. And those back doors, as I said, are going from a slider to a bifold, but still 4 panels each. And we'll be doing a smooth trowel color integral plaster finish around the whole house. And then adding some windows to the west elevation, which is on the lower right. So a window over the kitchen sink and an additional window in the living room. I think the rest of the sheets are structural.
We don't need to review that right now.
No. So that concludes my presentation.
Questions, Bill?
No questions?
Claire?
That on now? Yeah,
Yep.
yes, okay. You mentioned the removal of the hedge. Can you, so here's your landscape drawing. Which side of the property is the hedge going away from?
The east side, which is the bottom of the page.
Oh, so you're replacing the hedge?
Right.
Okay, that's it. That's all I need to know.
Robert,
Mhm.
please.
No questions.
Rob, please.
I'm trying to understand a couple of things. So April, you don't have a hedge on the west side. Are you
Correct.
pretty symmetrical, except you don't have a hedge over there? Is there a reason for that?
There's an 8-foot plaster wall that's existing there, so we'll just keep that wall.
Okay, and then what is the material, the ground material around the pool, and then what is the ground plane material around the olive trees and the seating area and the pool equipment?
Sure, it's proposed as Diamondia, and I see that the lighter green, I think we hadn't decided at the time that I submitted this, but it's since been decided that it would also be Diamondia.
How do you get from the decomposed granite walkway to the sitting area?
Yeah, I see that. We need some stepping stones, it looks.
Okay, I have no more further questions. Thank you.
Dave, please.
I'm curious about the extent of the grading. I think you indicated that the back part of the lot is sloping 5 feet. It looks like everything's flat now. Could you explain how you're doing the grading, and do you know the extent of it?
Not completely yet. We have a civil on board who's working, but we have steps at the end of those decomposed walkways. And so I think the level coming off the main house will be at grade with the house, and then we'll go up 2 or 3 feet, depending on what's designed by the civil engineer. So those 4 steps might become 5 steps or 6 steps, depending on what's needed back there. And then we'll level out the terrace up there.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Is that it, Dave? Tip, please. Questions?
No questions.
And I have no questions. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 1029 Monte Cristo Lane, please?
And for those attending remotely, just go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item. Not seeing any hands raised.
We are on for concept today. We do have a planner, so comments, please. Bill?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fairly simple remodel. I don't see anything that really stands out as a problem. I think I could support it. Concept.
Claire, please, comments?
I think the project looks just fine, you know, I think it's ready to move on.
Robert, please, comments?
Considering they already have a planner, I would take it as far as we can. I don't know if it can come back for prelim final or something, but I support the project.
Dave, please, comments?
I'm fine with the project. My only confirmation would be the grading, because it appears there might be quite a bit. Just to quantify the amounts, and that ideally you're able to balance it on site.
And then Tip, please.
Yeah, I have no
Okay.
comments.
No comments? Yeah, I want to echo Dave's comment. I think that there may be some devil in the details about how that raised area there ends up at the property lines. And I think that we should make sure we understand what's going on there before we give it approval. And also, when I reviewed the plans today, I did not see any wall colors called out. So I think the materials need to be delineated more. I know this is early in the process, but I would be hesitant to want to take this to the consent calendar because of the grading. But besides that, I think it's assuming that that's done well. I think preliminary final at the next meeting. Oh, Rob, did I not call you?
No,
I'm sorry.
I'll live. I'm fine with the project for the most part. I think that looks like there's a lot of technical information that's missing on the landscape plan that I'm looking at. So that needs to be developed to a whole nother level with a lot of those missing kind of pieces need to be kind of finalized. So, but other than that, the direction is fine in terms of concepts.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to that also the pool equipment. You have it well shielded to your side, but if you could also provide a shielding, auditory shielding to others, that's oftentimes a concrete block wall, 4 or 5 feet high. That'd be appreciated. So we will not have a motion because it's on for concept. Is there any further comments, please? No? Okay, item number 2 has been continued at the
Mr. Chair, if I could just confirm that the item is going to return for preliminary final before the full board.
I think so because of the grading. Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Item
Thank you.
number 2 has been continued at the applicant's request, so we're now on item number 3. Dave is out, one of our members. We have at least a couple of comments, people here in the audience, and there were some comment letters. So is there anybody here that would like to, and we have a memo too. So is there somebody here that would like to address the board? Bailey Hotchalter or somebody else? Please. 838 Knapp Drive.
Hi, this is Bailey Hockalter. I also have here Robert Shackman, the architect, and Chip Wolbrandt, representatives for the client.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I was thinking, okay.
Present first.
Yeah, I was gonna do that at public comment. I think that's really, so go ahead, please.
So what we're proposing here for this large piece of property, which is 4.25 acres, is the addition of 2 small buildings. One would be a cabana. The other would be an artist studio. The owner's wife was an artist and wanted a space for herself. That building is 330 square feet. The cabana that we'd like to add is 710 square feet, but has a front portico, which we wanted to match the main house, which has a large portico, and get the same type of design with the same roof pitch, which is a 3.5 to 12. The finished material, Italian clay roof tile. Right now, the property doesn't have anything like a cabana. There's a large pool existing. There's also a championship tennis court, but there's no facilities to support those other than at the main house, which is quite a ways from those 2 functions.
Go to the next sheet and we can walk through the plans. Please.
Next sheet.
Next sheet.
Dave, next. There you go. Thank you.
So you can see on this sheet, sheet 2A, the proposed, there we go, proposed artist studio to the left, which is 330 square feet, 1 story. The new cabana is to the right of that. Again, it's 1 story. The front section facing towards the interior of the property is the portico, which has been tabulated on our plans to include that square footage. Next sheet. There again is the whole property. The main house is up to the middle of the far left. And these 2 buildings are the lower right bottom area. And maintaining the required setbacks that are required for these structures. Next sheet.
Next sheet, please.
Okay. That's existing guest house on the property. Next sheet. The lower right on this sheet is the cabana floor plan, which is a main room and then with backup sauna, toilet area, shower area. And again, the front portico, which is called out. And this front portico is a miniaturized version of what is existing on the main house, so we can tie the architecture in. Next. So on this sheet, sheet 6, the far right west elevation is the front elevation of the cabana, which again, like I mentioned, matches the front element of the main house that we're not changing. Same slope on the roof that exists on the main house. Same columns that are on the main house, a shortened version of it. I think we have to go on next down. Okay, on the far left here on the cabana, this is a rear view of that new cabana. And I minimize the roof impact on the back by going to a hip roof so that it starts at approximately 12 feet tall and then projects away from the property line inward towards the site. So to minimize the impact of the roof structure. Next. Okay, the bottom on this sheet, north elevation, south elevation, are the side views of the new cabana from both sides. Next. Okay, this is showing the artist studio floor plan, which is called South Yard Plan, but shows the floor plan. Blow that up a little bit. It's basically like an 18-foot by 14-foot 6 pad for the artist studio. Has a hip roof on it, again with the Italian tile to match the existing house. And then if we go down below this, or the elevations of this structure, on all 4 sides, even with the materials that are on site, the existing house is a smooth plaster finish. There is quite a bit of rock work on the existing property. We want to use the same rock as an architectural feature on the lower edge of this elevation.
Are there other sheets here?
100%. The other sheet, we're doing a cast concrete soffit thing. That's on the next sheet. We'll go one more sheet. One more sheet. One more sheet. There we go. And that's not it, actually. There it is. This is the cornice eave detailing on the cabana and on the artist studio. And this matches, the finish on this matches what's existing on the main house right now. There's quite a bit of cast work on it.
If we want, we can also show the next tab, the next sheet in the PDF viewer is the site photos. So we could also just give us just a quick sense of what the property looks like. These are all indicators, but if you just wanted to scroll through some of these sheets, you can see this is existing driveway. Robert, if you wanted to describe.
Yeah, the structure right in the middle that's showing a little bit is the existing guest house. It's a 1-story structure. And we're building behind this. This is the main motor court area. Again, the structure in the middle you can barely see is the 1-story existing guest house. Again, this is a shot of the existing guest house. View from the guest house to the main house, but you can see now on this view, the existing main house with its Italian tile roof and its front portico and cast work, which we're going to emulate on our new design, but on a smaller scale. Next. This is a view looking towards the main entry columns to the main motor court. Next. Existing guest house garage feature. This is the back of the, let's see, best elevation of the existing guest house, 1-story.
This is looking west from the perspective of the guest house. To to your left would be the location of the cabana.
Correct. Next. This is a view from there's a very large main lawn existing on the house, which is in front of the round pool. This is looking back through a feature that's on the property. And in the center where that circular opening is, right beyond that would be the feature of the new cabana. And to the right of it, behind the palm tree and then again that wall, is where the artist studio would go.
This is from the perspective of the artist studio. That shed to the right that's showing just on the right-hand side of the photo is the northeast corner of the proposed artist studio, which would replace that shed. And to the left, you can see the brick stairs to the left. About 10 or 12 feet from there to the right would be the left side of the cabana.
Right.
With the portico facing that direction.
Again, this is, if we were in the cabana, we'd be looking towards the guest house. This is what it looks like right now. We're basically 10.5 feet away, maybe, actually, I think it's 11 foot, 2 inches away from the existing guest house to the start of the wall of the cabana, the new proposed cabana. This would be the view if you were in the new cabana looking towards the Great Lawn, which you can see a little patch of in the middle of this photograph. Next. Where the ladder is in this picture is basically the back edge of the proposed artist studio. This is existing view from the property into our property, and how much foliage there is, which is still going to be there.
This is a helpful photo to reference. I think it's the last photo on the sheet, but it's helpful to reference the first page. But this is looking from Knapp Drive. I think it's roughly northwesterly at the location of the cabana, which would be behind all that foliage. So if you went back up to the first page, you could see what perspective this is. So if you look for the label, it's actually the far bottom right is that
the lowest arrow with a point right there. Right there is that view looking towards the area we're going to work on. We'd like to work on.
So are you completed then, please?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Questions? Robert?
Yes.
David, could you go back to the elevations that show the 2-story part, right? Next one there. Now I'm confused. Is this what is the use of that 2-story structure? Is that new?
It's an
So the two-story structures.
It's an ADU. Okay, so, but because it's on a different use, aren't we allowed to review it?
No, ADUs are exempt by the state.
Okay, and then the cabana, I'm curious, why do we need a 12-foot plate there if you don't have arches or anything?
We're trying to replicate the look of the main house without foreshortening the look of this structure. The existing house has 8-foot header height for all the windows and doors, which we're doing here also. So we have the same kind of a look, and we did want a volume ceiling inside for this structure.
Entablature.
And do you have a historical report?
No.
I'm not sure, but I wonder if all these additional buildings affect the historic nature of the property. And
That's a comment, not a question.
okay,
Comments.
all right, no more questions.
Tip, please, questions?
Yes, can you tell me what is the pitch of that low building?
It's a 3.5 to 12 pitch. It matches the existing roof at the main house, existing main house.
I'm talking about the design you're proposing, the west elevation of the single story element and then the cabana. What is the roof pitch? Is it 5.5, 12?
3.5 to 12.
Can you zoom in on the second drawings on the bottom right? You have it right there.
5.5 to 12. Oh.
Right, yep.
Actually, excuse me, it's 5.5 to 12 existing.
Yep, it looked much steeper than it at 3.5, 12.
No, I was mistaken in that. It's 5.5 to 12, which is the roof pitch of the main structure, main house, which is existing. We're matching.
I don't think that's the case, but we'll go through comments later. Thank you. That's all I have.
Questions, Rob, please.
Is there a landscape plan proposed with this
Not
yet?
no.
No, not yet.
So there will be at one point.
Yes.
And then you were matching the cabana to the main house. Maybe I missed that. Is there a view of the main house? I was just curious with the columns on it that you were matching.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have the head on, but there was one photo was, you could see it in the distance there.
In the center of the photo, you can see the pediment and the portico of the main house with the 4 large columns supporting the pediment.
And the roof pitch.
And the roof pitch, that's the 5.5, 12 roof pitch that we're matching.
We go back to the cabana real quick, that elevation that had the columns, please.
Upper right.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bill, questions, please.
Dave, could we go to the site plan real quick? Was there a reason why, or could you attach the art studio to the cabana? Was there a reason why you didn't do that and had sort of this cluster of little structures separated? Was there a reason why you did that?
We are actually trying to create some more movement on the site with smaller buildings, like an Italian village. That's kind of a concept going on here with this property.
Additionally, if I could just interject, Montecito has an 800 square foot maximum floor area for detached accessory structures. So if they combine those structures, the combined square footage couldn't exceed 800 square feet.
Correct.
So even if they didn't have an interior connection, Kimberly, they couldn't connect them. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's a footprint.
Footprint, okay. And then are you removing any trees to doing any of this new work?
No.
No,
So are you impacting any trees?
no.
We do have an arborist report.
Look
And
like
it was-
Ukes in that area. I couldn't tell though from the photos.
There's one there's one eucalyptus to the southwesterly side of the existing guest house, which you can see on this survey to the left of the staircase between the cabana. Yeah.
And last question, is the cabana in a setback there? I mean, the property line looks really close there. Is that the side yard setback? So you got 10 feet, so you're outside of it? Is that what I-
10-foot setback, excuse me, it's a 10-foot setback, but we're actually probably 12 foot at least to the lower edge of the new cabana.
Corner there.
We're outside of the setback.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, that was it. Thank you.
Claire, please, questions?
Is there a site plan in the package that shows the entire 4 acres?
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's it's either the next sheet or I think it's the next sheet.
This
There you
one.
go. Yeah.
This is the whole property.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That was my question.
That it?
Well, yeah, because I have comments, but I just needed to know where those buildings are in relationship to the house and everything else.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Are you aware of any unpermitted items on this property, please?
No. Sorry.
No? Including the lighting on the tennis court?
It was existing.
Okay. At some point it was existing, but was that permitted, please? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay, very good. There seems to me that a number of the photographs has what appears to be a lot of rebar in it, not here, but down farther, and which suggests that you're right there, for instance, that you're putting in brand new amounts of hardscape. Is that correct? Do I understand that correctly?
So there was the owner had contemplated filling this area with a slab, which is why he had someone put down rebar, but it has not been filled in, and that's not the plan for this area.
In other words, the rebar you see was done with a thinking that he wanted to do something there, but he's not gonna do it. Rebar's gonna come out.
Okay, very good. Thank you. In every location that it's shown?
Yes, actually, because the property is intensely landscaped and we want to keep the flavor of that and the pathways that we've designed to go to these little structures. And there's a whole rhythm on this site and how things are aligned and center lines and view lines. And we want to try and keep that for the property.
One of the advantages of the COVID-19 pandemic was that the county placed drawings for the first time for the board members to be able to review prior to the meetings, which I have taken the advantage of doing that. There are a number of comments about the proximity of these buildings to the property line and the property directly to the south. Have you explored other options for where these structures might go so that they'd have a less of an impact on the street?
Go back to the site plan.
Yeah.
Can you go back to the overall site plan? And then perhaps zoom into the left corner, but including, quadrant, so including the tennis court and the pool. So as you can see, there is the entry drive essentially kind of bisects the property, and then everything is very much on a north, south, east, west axis. And so the tennis court and the pool are on that east-west axis and aligned to the area that flows down to the Great Lawn. And so the point of having the cabana and the artist studio in that location is, again, in particular, the cabana functions in between the swimming pool, the Great Lawn, and the tennis court. So if you put it somewhere else on the site, it would be likely further from the tennis court and the pool area than the main house is. Yeah.
The other thing I'll add to that is on the north side of the property,
The question was, have you considered alternate locations, not why did you end up here? I understand why you ended up here, but have you considered other locations and why did they not work, please?
Yes, so we did consider potentially on the north side of the property, but that area is highly vegetated and there's also a slope and there's also several oak trees that would preclude us from placing a building.
Okay. Yes.
I should have noted, but basically, can you move up to the top quadrant? Because the area from the gravel drive to the wall at Knapp, including then around in front of the house, again, drops down quite a bit. And as Bailey said, there's a lot of landscaping, in particular, a lot of large oak trees in that whole area.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Public comment.
I think he's got.
I just have one more question. What is the landscape or the function of to the southeast part of, can we scroll down, please? To the right of the artist studio, there's some focal terminus points there, I guess. What are those elements? Like-
The lowest element below the artist studio was like an architectural folly. It's like four columns with wisteria growing on it, just a landscape architectural effect. There's no roof, there's no covering anything. It's just for a look to tie in with the entire look of the site, which has a custom flavor to it.
Is there a view or something like that's there's a great view that you're gathering? I'm just wondering.
The only view from there would be looking back to the main paved motor court. There's no view going the other direction. It's all landscaped, existing landscaping.
Thank you.
Okay,
John, I have one more question.
has there been a historical report? We want to just make sure that we understand that there is or is not.
I don't believe there is.
Okay, so no, there is no historical report
There's no historical,
at this moment.
whoa.
Okay,
John, I have one more question. For the
yes,
applicant.
please.
Can you tell me what is the materials you are proposing for all the columns and all of the molding around the new buildings?
The materials for the columns.
It's cast concrete,
And the molding?
same thing. And all be done in the same color range that's done on the main, that's existing on the main house structure that has columns and moldings that were done way back when that house was created.
Thank you.
Dave, can we have the memo now? Public comment, but so I read most of the letters that came in this morning, and it's very clear that people are concerned about how close these structures are and whether or not they meet the setbacks and things like that. So I contacted Olivia Bears, I'm not sure how to pronounce her last name, and asked her to make sure that her memo is clear, concise, and complete about the setbacks. And so she writes, in response to public comments, I would like to clarify the required setback. This is the minimum requirement for the proposed cabana. This property is a non-rectangular and then in quotes odd-shaped lot. Pursuant, thank you, MLUDC, and then a chapter, the director, which deals with odd-shaped lots, that one thing that she's referring to. The director shall determine the required setbacks for an odd-shaped lot, which shall approximate as closely as possible the required setbacks on a rectangular lot in the applicable zoning district. The front line runs along the north side of the property closest to Arcady Road, and the side lot lines run along the east, adjacent to the tennis court and proposed cabana. This is consistent with previous project approvals. Therefore, the appropriate setback is 10 feet from the property line pursuant to that section of the table of the code. A parcel with a minimum lot area requirement, that's the big word here, of 2 acres or less in the E1 zone shall have a required side setback of 10 feet of the lot width with a 5-foot minimum and 10-foot maximum requirement. As this parcel is zoned 2E1, the minimum lot requirement is 2 acres, so the 10-foot maximum setback applies since the lot width exceeds 100 feet. So that's the position that the planning department has taken. They talked with amongst themselves with supervisors and things like that. You may or may not agree with that, but that's the position that the planning department is taking. And I want to get that clear. It's not as if this was flippantly done. I spent well over an hour this morning going back and forth on this. So
No, it's,
do you have a public comment slip, please? If, please get one, fill it out. We'd love to hear from you. Okay, item number 3, public comment, James Patillo, please. You have 3 minutes, please. Be as good about that as possible.
Afternoon, my name is James.
I don't think your mic is on. Press the little bar. There you go.
There you go.
Name is James Patillo. I own the property at 821 Knapp Drive, which abuts the applicant's property. Could we have sheet 3 of the plans up, please, Mr. Villalobos? Right along the 90-degree curve, which is in my property is here. Planning Commission staff has made a determination of the setback requirements for this property based on their determination that the front is the northerly property line. But you just heard the applicant say that that side of the property is covered with oak trees, that it has a steep bank, and that it fronts on Arcady Road. If you look in my written comments, you will find that it does not front on Arcady Road. It fronts on Knapp Drive. Arcady Road goes, there's a Y intersection, and Arcady Road goes steeply downhill to the left. Knapp Drive continues along the top of this property, wraps around, and continues along the southeasterly side. Planning Commission has apparently decided that the northerly property line is the front. Not sure how they do that. The back of the house faces northerly. The front of the house faces the ocean. I have a photo of that in my comments. The entire northeasterly side of the property is a steep bank, 8 feet at its highest, with a chain link fence, a hedge, and mature trees. There is no access whatsoever from this property across the northerly side to Knapp Drive. The only access is after Knapp Drive makes a 90-degree curve and trends southeasterly.
Southwesterly.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
That southeasterly
These are
side
great picture.
has the main driveway and 2 pedestrian stairways up into the stone retaining wall.
Mr. Patillo, I think that there's 2 issues going on here. One's the legal one, which is what you're trying to address here. I don't think that that's what this board's purview really is. I think it's an important issue and it should be pursued, but not here. What I would like you to address, please, is why you are concerned. Do you think this is appropriate? Do you feel that it's impinging on your property and things like that, please?
The applicant takes the property line and goes back 10 feet for their setback. The property line is in the center of Knapp Drive. Knapp Drive has an easement 10 feet on each side of the property line. So when the applicant says, oh, we're taking a 10-foot setback from the property line, they're taking no setback at all. They're just going to the very edge of Knapp Drive. It's about 18 inches from the edge of Knapp Drive to the southeasterly corner of their proposed cabana. The cabana is going to be on top of Knapp Drive. There's plenty of room on this property, as the applicant has showed you, north of the driveway, in an area that they could put all these structures where they would be 20, 30, 40 feet from Knapp Drive. There's no need to put the cabana 18 inches from the edge of the pavement of Knapp Drive. There. This is the center line of Knapp Drive. This is the 10-foot edge of Knapp Drive. There's the cabana, right on top of the edge of Knapp Drive.
Mr. Patillo, you are over time.
Sorry?
Would you like to just wrap it up, please? Would you like to wrap up your final comment, please?
I would ask that the board disregard the planning commission's determination and make its own determination where the front of this property is and compute the setbacks accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think that you should address your legal comments further with the planning department, but not with this board.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's number one. Number two, I have one from Alexandra and Mark Abrams. Did you want me to summarize this, or would you like to make a comment, please? And then if you could fill out a slip later. Okay, very good. Thank you.
What Jim was describing. Yeah. Give us your name too.
Could you give us your name, please?
Mark Abrams, and I live at 33 now Drive. Our property, if we could pull up that same kind of overview map. Our property.
Sorry, is he mic'd? We can't hear him on the virtual call.
Mark, can you go and speak in the mic, please? And please be concise. Your time is clicking down, please.
Okay, so basically I have the same questions that the property lines are, again, not my actual property line. These kind of just, they're going off of things from the edge from the street of what they think their property lines are. The other thing that I want to say is the garage that's there, the existing garage has been expanded and renovated. They've put this new roof that they were showing you that they want to put on the cabana. They've already done that on the roof. That garage is 9 feet from my property line. In addition to that, they've added another structure on the back of the garage, which is more like a shed-like structure, but they put a different roof and so forth on it. They've been working there for over a year. Every day, there's probably 50 workers, no permits. And if that's okay, I'd be surprised, but that's my issue.
Okay.
Yeah. The other thing that Alexis said is our home was built in 1895. It's one of the oldest homes. It is the Arcady residence. This hugely impacts us because not only there's a 6-foot embankment on Knapp, so they will sit above. So the proposed 2-story roof, I think, will suddenly be 30 feet above us and right in every view of every window of our house. It was one thing that Alexis was hoping that we could get some of you able to come and visit the site and look at it. The last thing I want to say is because our home was the first home built as what then became the larger Arcady estate, that property was the garden. We have clay drainage pipe, 14-inch clay pipes that run through our basement of our home that originate on this property. And so I think a survey needs to be done there as well to see that all of that stuff is taken care of. If that makes any sense. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Could you give us one of these at some point? Thank you. Okay. Anybody else that would like to address the board on item number 3, 838 Knapp Drive, please?
And for those joining us via Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like to speak on this item.
Who is that?
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any additional.
Okay, so I'm going to close public comments. So we're back to comments. In one of Olivia's emails back and forth to me, she made it clear that the board is not constrained by minimum requirements. That's called ministerial approval. And that we should be commenting about whether or not appropriateness of site plan, et cetera. So to that end, Robert, comments, please. Oh, is this another one?
Yes, this was an additional.
Oh, I'm
email.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm writing to comment of We have major concerns. The pool cabana is very large, shown to be 16 feet in height, appears to be less than 2 feet from the street. And by my estimation, 6 feet above it. Obtrusive, it appears the structure will be approximately 22 feet from street level, 6 feet to floor level plus 16-foot height. This is very obtrusive and is not in keeping with the modest neighborhood. Intrusion into setbacks, it appears the structure is way inside. We believe it should respect the setbacks. The ADU, we cannot respond. Density, there is a high density of large structures in a small area next to the street and our property, cabana, ADU, garage, guest house, and artist studio. There's also a landscape folly of unknown size. The extent that these structures may intrude into setbacks and view corridors from our house, the street, and our neighbor's house is a concern that the county and MBAR should consider. Was there another letter or is that it? Okay, now I will close public comment. I apologize for not doing that quite right. So comments, what do people think? Robert?
I am concerned with this project, the proximity of the buildings to the street, to each other, to the historic building. I think it dwarfs the historic building. I know it's the wild, wild west with ADUs now, but I was forced to go through and I had an ADU on top of a garage, so I don't understand why we can't discuss it, but I'll stop there. But I could not support this the way it is. There's some architectural problems, I believe, that diminish the historic nature of the site, and the siting of the buildings is just too tight. And I could not support this without a site visit and a historical report.
Yep, comments, please. Yep. Now 2:30. Tip,
Yeah, can you go back to the elevation, please? Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so there's a couple of issues here. Issue number one is I definitely think that the cabana is placed way too close to Knapp Drive, and I will never be able to support something that's really that close to Knapp Drive. So that's one of the fundamental problem I have with the project. Number two, which I think is equally important, is that I really have a concern about the design direction for the cabana. And let's talk about the one-story portion of the ADU. And so number one, I don't think mimicking the main house is a way to go, because the dance studio, as it was remodeled, it was following sort of Palladian architectural vernacular style, and the proportion of the main elevation of the main house and this is completely like, I call it a mini-me when I look at the main elevation, and I think that's completely out of scale proportion. And I think that the roof pitch is probably wrong too. It's I believe the main building is more or less between 3.5 to 12 instead of 5.5 to 12. And that's one big issue that I have with the design of the cabana. And number two, I look at the design of the cabana, the bike, I think it's proportionally very odd that the bike is hip, the front is gable, and it's doesn't look anything like Palladian. It looks anything more like, I hate to say use the word, but subdivision tract home. The way it's designed, the molding is bulky, the proportion of everything is too bulky. And for the applicants, the main house is not concrete. It's actually all the columns and molding were made of, I would call it dry cast limestone. And that was a very popular material dated back to the 20s with a lot of big estates in Montecito. So either you go with completely different design, which I can support, but to try to mimic the main house and do it completely in the wrong materials, scale, proportion, I really don't think it's acceptable. So I definitely cannot support the way it's designed right now. Thank you.
Comments, Rob, please.
I agree with the comments of Tip and the comments of Robert for the most part. I do think that the columns on the cabana, all that feels really heavy and, with 4 columns and then they're, very heavy. I appreciate, trying to maintain that formality and trying to work with some of the axial geometry that you have there. That's great, like seeing that. But I think like the cabana, like the landscape folly too, when I looked at the columns, they're proportion wise, they're really heavy and bulky relative to the size of that space. So I think some of the scale and that stuff could be, of course, you drop down a little bit. Or that folly, for instance, could be a little, I think it's 12 feet. Maybe it could be a little wider. If you're going to try to have columns of that size, then the space needs to be wider. It just feels really heavy. So anyways, but mostly agree with the comments of the other board members for the most part. Thank you.
Comments, Bill.
Yeah, I agree with the previous comments as well. I think that it feels to me like you're sort of jamming all these elements into this small area. You've got a big lot. I think Robert suggested a site visit. I would definitely want to do that just to get a feel for the lay of the land. We don't have any, it's not easy to read you have spot elevations, but it'd be nice to have topo so we can kind of see what the slopes are doing, identify the trees probably on other parts of the site. But I mean, generally speaking, I think that the tight clustering of this, I know you were trying to create sort of this village feel, but it really doesn't feel like that. It's disjointed, I think, architecturally as well. And I think the fact that the cabana is so close to the studio and the ADU, which have their own vernacular, that they're so close, they feel like they should be a little closer in vernacular. And I'm not sure that the columns are effective that way. If the cabana was by itself, again, off the setback, that might be acceptable, but then to have the other 2 elements so close, it just doesn't feel quite right. So I think citing some of those other elements in other locations might be a success for you, and definitely off that Knapp Road. It is not clear. It wasn't clear to me when I saw this that was a road going through there, and that's that close. So I'm thankful for the owners, the neighbors, to point that out to us. So I think a site visit would be very important. That's all I have. Thanks.
Claire, comments, please.
Well, given the size of the lot, I find this proposal to be kind of rude, because the buildings are squished in an area of the property that is very usable, and squeezing the cabana straight up against the setback, whether it's in the setback or out of the setback, is really, and without a historical report, it's really hard to understand what this project is going to be moving forward. And so those are my comments. I think that this needs to be restudied. When you've got 4 acres of property and you're squeezing 3 more buildings right in front of the house, right there, there's plenty of room to spread the buildings out. Don't just right there where they're proposing. Doesn't work for me, especially in this particular neighborhood, because Knapp Drive and that whole thing that used to be one huge lodge place. you know, and it's been cut up into small places, except this property is, you know, that's why I asked him for a historical report. I think this is a historical piece of property. And I think before anything gets moved forward, we should have that should be done first to find out whether this property is historical and should be maintained in a historical way rather than putting little buildings all over the place. Those are my comments.
Okay, Olivia, are you on, please?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
There have been several comments in the comment letters about about some building being higher than approved and the lighting. Is that sufficient for you to do an examination to see whether or not there are unpermitted structures and to take action on that? Or is that not enough? Please.
Yeah, so I've looked at those comments and based on some photos that one of the neighbors sent me, I do believe that there was unpermitted changes made to the detached garage. And I've asked the applicant to show the changes on future plans. So those should be shown. In terms of the sports court lighting, I'm not sure when that was permitted or if it was. I haven't seen it in the permit history, but I can do a little bit more research on that.
But so somebody does not need to make a formal complaint at this point. Is that correct?
Not at this point. The garage, the changes to the garage could be incorporated into the permit. And then I would need to do a bit more research on the lighting to know for sure whether it wouldn't be allowed.
And thank you for the back and forth this morning. So my comments are, as it turns out, I'm not an immediate neighbor. I'm about maybe half a mile or a mile. But this is a wonderful place for me to get my daily walk. And so I'm on this street almost every day. And I love this area. I mean, you guys are so lucky to be up here. But to have that cabana in particular, but I think any of those structures that close to the street would be extremely unfortunate for the street, for the public. I believe my job as a member of this committee is to protect the streets and to protect the neighbors. So I'm not going to be able to vote for anything that I have the right to vote on. Number two, when you dig into the land use and development code, the planning department, not the planning commission, but the planning department is hanging their regulatory hat on this provision, which they have in the memo, this specific provision called odd shaped lots. But when you go to the definitions in the zoning ordinance, I don't know what it is. You know, it could be anything. And it seems to me that there are a heck of a lot of odd shaped lots in Montecito. And I've never seen this particular interpretation of this. So if you want to pursue this, I think that what you're going to need to do is to really pursue the quality. Is this an odd shaped lot? And do they have the right to, in a sense, claim an exemption from the front yard setback? It would not surprise me if the county council gets involved in that. It would not surprise me if you pursued it a lot, you end up at the planning commission, not this board. But having said that, we do have discretionary review with this without getting into all the technical legalities. Those are the minimum requirements. And I can't support this project as shown. We don't have any specific information about why these buildings couldn't be placed in other places. There is a remarkable view to the north of the mountains, the Santa Ynez Mountains, on the north side of this property. If it were me, I would do everything I could to get over there and look north. I mean, they're not going to have anything here except some kind of very myopic view. And I want to get as far away from that as possible. So I would really encourage you to at least explore that. Bill has said a couple of times he thinks a site visit would be necessary. Yes.
Yes, I just had,
And Chip, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so let's do a site visit. But shall we wait till they come back with another proposal before we do?
one comment, I think what would be helpful and to the applicant to kind of make their case is this is a case where developing kind of a landscape theme, tree theme in conjunction with maybe identifying some of the key views and putting that all together with the architecture could go a long way to like making their case for where they're trying to go with it too.
Site visits are normally associated with reviewing story polls. If you, Bailey, if you and the various members of the ownership team and whatever wish to pursue this, I would love to see these structures story polled. I think it will be shocking how close they are to the street and will really clarify all of the concerns that have been brought up by the neighbors. So, Bill.
Some more comments too. I think a little more information is going to be helpful. Like we're not seeing the neighbors' properties. It'd be great to see what's going on.
And where their houses are.
Yeah, where the houses are. You can get that from the flood maps or aerials. That's fine. You know, some topography, tree locations, so we can kind of tell what's there. You know, if you want to make your argument, but I think we're all encouraging you to.
Okay, so Bailey, are you there, please?
Yes.
Would you like to take another shot at this site plan, or do you want to stick with what you've got and get some story polls up and let us come on out and look at it, please?
I think we'll circle back to the design team and come up with a more supportable option.
Okay, very good. So, and then at that point, we will chat about this necessity for a site visit. Okay, anybody else? Just before we wrap up, item number 4, Alex, are you here, please? 269 Oak Road. While he's coming up, MBR comments, there is also a memo with this. Board appreciates simplicity of design and proposed materials. Restudy garage and entry, overall height of the garage or out of scale, reduce height of the garage, third uncovered parking space required, reduce width of driveway, provide additional landscaping in front yard to break up wide driveway area. Plans appear inefficient and could be reduced in size and provide the same living areas. Some members suggested a study of ways to reduce hallways and overall footprint of structure. One member voiced support of proposed floor plan. And we have a memo, please.
It's right there.
Right, okay. Applicant has considered board comments and revised design to accommodate uncovered parking, lowered building height, garage and dwelling setbacks from right of way and smaller building footprint. They've reduced about 500 square feet. So major revision. So Alex, the floor is yours.
Okay, can we see the plans? Yeah, we shrunk the baby, 400 square feet off the main residence, 100 from the garage. We rotated the garage, and well, maybe you should go to let's see. Let's just go to page.
This is the new plan.
The third,
This is the old
plans.
The old plan.
That's the existing.
Yeah, one more. Go one more.
Keep going.
There you go.
There's
Maybe you can focus in on the lower part, or yeah. So it shows the garage rotated, the driveway is coming through the north part of the lot with a small wall in the front with two pilasters, 2 columns. And the uncovered parking space hidden behind the garage. And the house is, well, smaller. We have just 1 courtyard instead of 2. Now you can show the roof plan above, please. There you go. Yeah, so the one on the right is the previous proposal, and the one on the left is what we're doing now. And the next page is the elevations. And I think they're pretty much self-explanatory. Maybe Jeff, you would like to say anything? No?
Just that we tried to listen to every single comment and did our best to address each one.
Maybe I forgot to mention, I think the comments before was that this house was going from setback to setback, and the big long wall on the north unbroken, so we addressed all of that. The house, the setback in the back for the house is 8 feet, and the long wall in the back was broken up with a patio in the middle. So that.
Tip, it's almost 2:30. Do you have to leave, please?
Not yet, after this item.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay, so are you?
The last page will be the landscape. It's Chuck here.
Yeah, here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So the landscape themes are all the same as last time. It's olive trees. There's a giant field grown one in the front in response to the comments. And then there's a western redbud straight down the center line of the driveway to kind of shield the building from there. And then there's olives around in the back, but it's that dry, lavenders and sages and gravel. Sorry about the paving pattern in the driveway. It's very reading very bold, and the line weight's incorrect, and so. But it just wants to be a sandstone blocks in a gravel bed. So it's reading terribly bold and out of character, but it's just a very nice sandstone and gravel driveway. That's all.
It's too big.
That's all we have.
Very good. Thanks for such a concise presentation. Questions, Dave?
No questions. Thanks.
Claire, questions?
No questions.
Bill?
Chuck, the distance between, backup distance maybe for you, Alex, out of the garage, do you have enough, what's your distance there? And what I'm getting at, do you have room to give a little more buffer there between your north, is that north at the top?
Well,
north fence in your paving area.
Yeah, it's just as well. We really don't. It's a 50-foot lot, 5-foot setback. We made the garage extra wide for we wanted to have 2 garage doors, not a single one. So we made them 10 feet wide, the garage doors. And the backup is whatever. It worked with the template. I have a template I tried, and the owners promised to be careful backing up. And that's that.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yep, questions, please.
No questions.
And Robert?
No questions.
Rob?
No questions other than as far as the backup space. I mean, you would have at least 2.5 feet of car overhang over there that would, maybe even 3 feet, that would carve a little landscape out on that north property line. But other than that, no question.
And I have no questions. Public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 4, 269 Oak Road, please?
No request to speak on this item.
Okay, comments. We are on for further conceptual today. And if I get a sense of the board, where should we go next? Dave, please.
Well, I want to commend you for really paying attention to all our comments and responding to all. It doesn't always happen. I like the solution. I think it's better for the neighborhood. I think it deserves what you were trying to achieve. So as long as you can make sure there's screening between what's already been brought up between your driveway and the house to the north, I can support the project and see it come back on preliminary final consent.
On consent. Okay. Claire, please.
Say me?
Yes, please. Comments?
Yeah, well, I really appreciate it. And it's in some ways, it's very unfortunate that we ended up having to go this way, because I think the original design of the frontage of the building was really quite lovely, you know, but I get that we couldn't do it that way. The only issue I have with this now is the amount of paving that's now in the front yard. You know, I mean, it's like we literally on the, like, I don't know if it's the west of the garage, we've got paving all the way across, all the way across the entire property, even in the setback, we've got it paved. And so that would be the only problem I have with the project at this part, is that the entire front yard is now paved. And I think that that needs to be looked at by the landscape designer, because I know he's really good at doing, and I just don't think we need, you know, it was brought up about the backup space. Well, you don't need that much backspace from the backing out of the garage all the way to the property line.
Yes, I
You
think
know, you don't need all of that. So I really would like you to study that at just that part of the project.
Sure, we can do that. We will do that.
Okay, and next, Claire, back to the full board preliminary, consent.
Oh, whatever you guys want to do.
Okay, Bill?
I won't be here.
Yeah, I want to
Maybe.
commend you for listening and doing a wonderful job. I think this looks really great. And to Chuck, you know, I think, you know, maybe there's an undulation there you can have on that paving on that north side. Maybe you've got some planter pockets that, you know. Maybe
Yeah,
some,
those stone rectangles, we could omit some and have an irregular edge to address your point.
yeah, and maybe some overhang areas, as Rob suggested.
Right, got it.
Improve it and have them come back for final on consent.
Consent. Tip, please, comments?
Yes, you know what, I did like the last option, but I think this one will work great, and I appreciate the fact that the applicant turning the garage doors facing north. And obviously by doing that, that will kind of giving the front much more landscaping, because now you only have a small driveway coming in at 12 feet wide, something like that. So it's a trade-off between, you know, where you put the third spot and how do you get in and out, and what is the first impression when you look at the house from the street. So by come up with a solution that you have, I think that you kind of really maximize the landscaping in front, which I think is a great a trade-off. In return, I do understand that you need to provide back out space, you know, area from the garage, and that seemed tight to me because, but anyway, it is what it is, and you just have to be very careful when you back out. And then providing the third spot, that didn't help either. But that's what the zoning code, and maybe, you know, you can soften up the parking requirement for the third spot by putting some nice soft dry over material that will soften up the front courtyard. But at least I think from the street, I think there'll be a beautiful project with a beautiful landscaping and bring the house way back. I think that's a great idea, so I definitely can support it.
And are you leaving now, Tip?
Yes, after this item, and I will come back about half an hour.
Very good, thank you. Robert, please, comments?
I didn't mind the garage the way it was, but I think this works even better. And I really appreciate your efforts in this redesign. I think you guys nailed it. I think it should come back for prelim, final, and consent.
Rob, please, comments?
Yeah, I think all the comments so far have been spot on, and I do really appreciate what you've done. Alex, I like your old school hand-drawn elevations. I do appreciate that. And okay, well, great. And then the fact that you know, by going one story in the garage too, you preserve the mountain views of your neighbors. I'm sure they greatly appreciate that. So everything you've done spot on. As far as you know, Chuck's done a nice job. I'm just wondering if, two minor comments is the driveway is, I wonder if you move that to the north a little bit, that it, you know, the way it's so curved into the middle, whether that would help reduce the paving a little bit, and actually the way it engages with the entry columns would be a little bit more graceful. And then also by maybe not having the rectangle paving, but going more to an organic edge or something, might kind of allow you to meander that outside edge and grab a lot more landscape spaces where the rectilinear module might constrain you a little more. But anyways, whatever you feel is appropriate. But I really appreciate everything you've done. So thank you.
And I concur with that. My only additional comment, and maybe other members of the board would want to comment, I'm not so sure why you need hardscape here on the driveway. What about gravel? At least on the back, you don't want it?
Yeah. Can we just go to the design pictures? Because we can show you what it would look like, what our vision is, because we've again done it on another property. If you keep on going to the pictures, the inspirational pictures back, yeah. Yes, here. So see the lower picture on the left side?
Yeah, with gravel and stone.
That's, I mean, it's beautiful flagstone. It's very expensive because it's so beautiful, and that's what we want to use. So we want it to look old world, as we said from the first meeting that we had. We want this home to look like it's been there for 100 years. So that is what we're envisioning, but Chuck can't really put that on his plans. But that is what we want to do. And that's what we, anyway, would hope we would get your approval to do.
Yeah, I think that that's much softer. And I think that that's one of the comments people are making. So, okay, so it sounds to me like everybody is saying preliminary, final, and consent. Yeah. So thank you. We, as a full board, we won't see you. And good luck with everything. And thank you so much for your responsiveness. Item number 5, I do have a conflict. Dave is going to be chairman on this. I'm going to step outside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is item number 5, 909 La Paz Road. Our MBAR comments from the last review was 1, very nice design and project, and 2, one member suggested studying options to soften appearance, reduce hardscape at front property. So if you'll introduce yourselves and go ahead and present.
Randy Jones from Westmont College.
Ken Radke from Blackbird Architects. Mr. Vice Chair, venerable member Scott Stanker, members of the board, thanks for being here. If you can remember last summer we were here, and I'll give you a few keywords of what we've been thinking about since we were last here. Flood hazard, FEMA, flood elevation, flood protection. Do any of these words sound familiar? We need, you can see some pink lines if you zoom in on there. We need to respond to those in our discussions with flood control. So we've reapportioned the footprint of the project and moved it more compactly down and to the left. So we had a larger outdoor patio before and some other things, and we need to avoid working our way up the hill in order to keep the building lower on the terrain. So then we could go to page 6, site photos. That will remind you a little bit. I think if you look at the lower right-hand photo, if you zoom in there, you can see the where the dots are is the house to be replaced. At the very bottom of the image is the top of the roof of a dorm. So this spot on the Westmont campus is the sort of the northeast corner of a college campus. And the property just across the property line is a house that's occupied by a Westmont staff member, typically. So the replacement is in relation to this dorm, which is 2.5 stories-ish, sort of 30 feet tall, and we're with a 1-story building to replace. We could go to page 7, the existing site plan. You can see that's where the house is. And this property is socked in with oak trees and essentially almost a full canopy everywhere. If you go to the very next sheet, you'll see that same footprint where it is. This is the same site plan that you saw last time. The little entry plaza actually is a little smaller, along the lines of some of your thinking. And then member Robert Sen thought that the last design was a bit complex for the size of the building. And the previous design was on the ground, responding to every rock and piece of terrain and every tree and so forth. Now that we're getting pushed off the ground, we literally can't respond to those things. So it's a simpler building, to be sure. And I think there's some really good lemonade to be made from that. I would go to page 9, next, 2 pages down. Oh, that one, yeah. This gives you the sort of near site planning in the floor plan. So you can see the entry to the plaza on the upper right is a covered outdoor space to the lower left. This is an academic building, kind of a retreat center. So there's 4 offices, a classroom, a gathering lounge or living room, and a covered outdoor porch, if you will. And the function on the campus of that lower left porch is that's the invitation to students and pedestrians coming from the larger campus on the lower left. So then the upper right is in relation to parking spaces and sort of off-campus arrival at this small space. We could go to page 10. The next one down is that's a zoom in of the plan in case that's useful. Next page, page 11, is the roof plan, which shows essentially what you're looking at here is the upper top and right is a low slope roof at a 10-foot plate on the inside. So the bulk of the building is a low slope roof, and that's the part that is on the outboard side. Then there's a butterfly roof, a very gently sloping butterfly roof over that outdoor porch. And we could go to the next page. I think these are both probably the best explainers of what's going on. So if you look at the bottom, that's the entry. We're still very close to the ground at this little plaza, and we're able to actually then have a 5% at grade pathway looping around on the right-hand side of that view. So it's just very calm on this earthy palette of wood slats that are fire treated, plaster, glass, and metal windows. And that just keeps the profile lower for this part of the building because we've been pushed up 3.7 feet from where we were before. If you look at the upper one, what we're looking at is those low offices on the right, which is the entry. And you can see this just a big covered porch. It's off the ground by necessity, but I think just the floating pavilion covered porch aspect of this space, which is the invitation to campus to come and be in this indoor-outdoor situation. Right in the middle of the building, there's that living room, which is sort of the continuation from in to out or out to in of a gathering space. Below, you can see the plinth, in that same elevation, on the ground there, the plinth was a comment from last time as well. So we do actually have a little bit of more room allocated there so that we can plant and just have this floating pavilion hover over a planted wall. And you can see the stair to the left. I think we could go down actually 2 pages in the interest of time. These are the elevations that explain it technically. So up at above, you can see the entry with the larger butterfly roof in the back. The bottom elevation, you see the butterfly roof over the living room and the outdoor porch. Very, very, very simple. I don't think you could make it too much simpler than this. It's kind of like a tree house looking out into the canopy of the trees to the left. The next page shows you the north side, which is just towards the hillside. The quiet side of the project is down below, and the west facing side, which is off the ground facing into tree canopy, is the porch on the right and the classroom on the left. Could go to next. This section, I think, sort of explains a lot of what's going on with the building. Very, very simple set of forms, and covered outdoor spaces is sort of the highlight of the project. We could, after this, I would go to the materials board, which just reminds us of the same earthy palette that we've always intended. Standing seam metal roof, wood soffit, earthy colors for the fascia and trim, stone for any base and landscape elements. The landscape is only conceptually even thought of at this point as just the continuation of this native setting. So there's not a real landscape plan yet. We're in concept, but the notion is no ornamental planting per se, other than kind of extending habitat. There are some tree removals that we had last time. We had 2 oaks, citrus, and a palm. Because we're being raised up, the building is literally just coming up into tree canopy now. And so there are 4 oaks that are right in the middle of the courtyard there to propose to be removed. The citrus and the palm tree. These tree removals are sort of part of an overall campus scheme that foresees the growing and stockpiling trees for replacement. And it's fully the intention to restore this landscape back in, to just keep it as a socked in oak canopy. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Thanks. Questions from the board? Robert Fowler?
Hey, Rob.
Robert.
Robert.
You, Rob?
Oh.
Oh, okay. I said Fowler to clarify.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Could you show me where the oak trees that are being removed are? Is that in the plaza that you're referring to?
Yeah, they were on on another different plan, on the original, yeah, way up.
Yes, I think you can go to, for example, PDF sheet 8. If you zoom right into the middle there, yeah.
Yeah, we saw it, and yeah, they're
Okay,
there they are.
all right,
See 'em?
all right.
Right in the middle.
Yeah, no, I thought maybe they were in the plaza or something like that. No,
No, the palm tree is up to the right at the far top of the plan that's being removed, and that's just it's just not native and kind of not harmonious. The other trees to be removed are those X's right in the middle, and they're medium, small, struggling oak trees for the most part. And again, the college has a plan for replacement and mitigation.
And one other question on the ADA pathway coming off the parking lot. Is there, you said it's 5%. Is there any requirement that is it all 5 feet wide, or is there any requirements? You're supposed to have landings sometimes, or all those, you don't have to have landings because it's 5%, or is that, so it's just meant, so it'll read as a pathway, basically?
That's correct. The great thing about the 4.99% pathway is that there's no curves. It will be flush with the ground, and handrails aren't mandated in the setting, so it will be really
No landings or anything like that?
Nope.
All right. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Robert Zen?
No questions.
Bill?
But we were in comments.
We're in questions.
Yeah, Ken, I think I brought it up last time. That road that's on the bottom, is that a access road for fire? What is that? What's that material? Is it a paved?
It's asphalt.
It's asphalt, okay. And that width it's set, fixed, there's no movement on that at all.
we're at the 20 feet.
Montecito Fire requested that when we built that residence hall immediately.
Oh, that was access to the residence hall. Okay, got it. And you mentioned the roof material. So the butterfly is going to have a standing seam on it though. Okay. So with the low pitch, you can still get the standing seam on it. Okay.
Yes, it requires an underlayment and a cricket.
Okay. Thanks. That's it.
Claire?
No questions.
Just curious if you have your accessibility worked out. I don't see that on there. How now that the building's raised?
There is a campus accessibility master plan, and so it's accessible from the parking space into the building. And then there's a rolling connection all the way. It's circuitous, but there's a rolling connection to the dorms below as well as to the main campus. But someone's going to get some mileage on their vehicles.
Thanks. With that,
Mr. Chair, so just as a supplement to what Bill was asking on the road, is there other materials though that you could use that would not be asphalt, that would meet fire on that and allow you to have kind of more of that green around the whole building kind of?
I don't know. We'll have to ask.
I know they're pretty tough, but I think it would help. So thank you.
okay, I'm going to open it to public comment. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on this project?
Look like it.
I have no request to speak on this item.
Okay, with that, I'll close public comment and bring it back to the board in the same order. Robert?
A lot of things. So I haven't seen this project before, so I don't know its evolution whatsoever. There's, so I don't want to interfere in terms of where you're trying to go architecturally. As far as, and I don't know if this is the graphics or the intent, but the floating part of the building, I mean, that's clear that I read that, but part of me wants like to see some grounding, I guess. And I see like the stone base to the building, and it seems like if you had some more boulders incorporated, into the walls and make, and then maybe even that plaza or something, have a little bit of that where the building really grows out of the site, and kind of adds to where you're trying to go into it. But that's the only part that's missing for me. Everything else looks really nice. So thank you.
Robert?
I really like this project. I'm sure whoever's doing the budget's gonna like it better than the last one too. I love the floating roof. I don't know. I think you guys did a great job, so I support this. And I think it should return for prelim final.
Consent. Okay, I don't know. Go ahead.
Bill?
Yeah, no, I agree. I love what you've done. Looks great. To Rob's idea too, I think it could be kind of fun if that fire lane could be more of a pedestrian use. I doubt that's possible. But it would help just kind of soften that part. I know you've done what you could with the space that you have between the walkway there and the building. Just be nice if you could have a little more green. Something, yeah, but it's got to be fire approval, so it'll be whatever it's going to be. So, yeah, I could support this coming back for preliminary and final to the full board, probably because of landscape and details.
Well, congratulations, Westmont. You've come up with another fabulous, just a lovely, lovely, lovely building. And given I'm so familiar with other people on the board, no, I mean, I actually walk through this just quite often right through the middle of Westmont. And this where this building is it's kind of, it comes to mind, it's almost like a secret building. You know, it's just knowing the amount of acreage. Yeah, this is a big piece of property, by the way, for those that aren't, you know, and the way you've settled this building into it is really remarkable for me, you know, and congratulations to both the architect and Westmont, because it's really a lovely building, you know. And I think it's going to be a very happy place for the students to go to, or whoever is going to be use it. You know, I just think it's lovely. You know, those are my comments, because I mean, you know, for over the years we've been at this for I don't know how many years we've been at this together. This Westmont project keeps going on and on and on, and new things always coming. And, you know, this is really delightful what you've come up with for this particular part of the entire project. That's it.
Thanks. I'm going to agree with my colleagues. I think it's a very nice building, and in a way, I think having to raise it really, I didn't see the first version, but it just has a lightness on the site, and it just seems like the perfect background to the site, and it's really quiet. So I commend you, and I agree that it should come back for preliminary final. Good job.
That's it.
That's it.
We're done. You're done.
Thank you all so much yet again for being here. Much appreciated.
Oh, this is this one. Oh my God. This was the site visit, huh?
Item number 6,
What?
525 Hot Springs Road.
Like 42 years of it.
Cass, are you here?
I am here, as well as Scott Menzel and the owner.
Excellent. So we had a site visit today, and so I think we're familiar with the plans, but maybe not. Can you make a quick presentation? We'll go from there, please.
Yes, no problem. So 525 Hot Springs Road, a vacant 2-acre parcel right up from the intersection of East Valley and Hot Springs, essentially across the street from Our Lady of Mount Carmel. You can go to page 2, David, if you don't mind. So our survey, I think some of this was annotated on our site walk, but the existing, we have 2 existing curb cuts and then a Montecito sanitation line that kind of bisects this property. So all those 2 acres, we kind of get divided by that sanitation easement and line. Some specimen sycamore trees, an oak tree, and pepper tree here. So that kind of limits our development. And then the western portion of the property has significant canopy, sycamore, ash, oak. And then there's an oak that sits right here in the middle that is planned to be removed. So that's kind of the lay of the land today. Next page, please. Site photos, most of you saw the site today, so we could probably skip this. Our proposed site plan. which has 2 curb cuts. We maintain the southern curb cut down here. We have this lariat-shaped driveway that preserves those sycamores and oak tree that I just pointed out on the survey, and kind of engages that front yard. The proposed driveway goes over that sanitation easement. Then we have the proposed residence with an attached 3-car garage and attached gym, and then the pop tennis court, pool, and cabana in the rear yard. Maybe the next page, please. Site sections that were requested as part of our last conceptual, the color fill. So the kind of purple shading is our cut. The green is the fill that you can see on these site sections. The next page kind of does a longitudinal section. So had to drop the scale quite a bit to get through the 2 acres. Next page. This is just a comparison that it was an exhibit I created, was part of the conceptual review. In 2020, a land use was approved for a different project, but on this site, and the red dashed line with the yellow highlights was the footprint of that project. And then the elevation below, which is the east elevation, you can see the red dashed line was a previously approved kind of massing. And then most of you saw the story poles out there this morning. Thank you for your time. Next page, please. We can go through the plans. There's a basement storage, mechanical, no access, no daylight, no windows, so wholly underground. Next page.
Or can we just move on?
Yeah, floor plans. You can kind of skip to page 17 if you'd like. That's the elevations. There's been very little change to the architecture. We added some shutters on the 2nd story. The gable roof had the garage had a gable roof, and we changed that to a hip because in dealing with studying the grading, we dropped the garage and raised the main house. We got rid of a stone veneer and replaced it with a whitewash brick on the chimneys and some wainscot around the building. Otherwise, these elevations remain the same as from the conceptual. So next page, there's a couple pages of elevations here. That's kind of a redundant elevation page. There's some partial elevations of the porches, front porch, and then some renderings that display the material palette, which is a lap siding, painted wood doors and windows, a slate roof, not a simulated slate, but a real slate roof. There's a small section of metal roofing over the entry porch. Otherwise, it's just a simple, hopefully quiet, timeless palette. And that's a misplaced page. The sections we can probably skip unless any board member is interested in those. Page 28 is the guest house floor plan and elevations and roof plan, relatively simple structure. The next page is the cabana floor plan, elevations, roof plan in the rear yard. And then the next page, there's a small tennis pavilion out by the pop tennis court. Maybe go, if you wouldn't mind, go back to page 4, which is the proposed site plan. And I just want to speak, I think there was some discussion about the grading, and I want to touch upon that because when we were here for conceptual review in June, and we did spend a considerable amount of resources, time, energy trying to sort through the grading. And I just wanted to highlight some of the big changes that we made. When we came for conceptual, the pop tennis court was oriented north-south, which is the optimal kind of orientation for playing, but it's not the optimal for the contours, existing topography. So we rotated that and we shifted it off the property line. It used to be on the property line. Same situation, the pool was oriented north-south, and we rotated that 90 degrees to address the grading issue. And then we used to have 2 structures in the rear yard, 2 detached accessory structures that had a lot of hardscape around them. So we attached one of those accessory structures to the main house, and it increased our overall FAR from 100 at conceptual to 102 now. But it freed us up in the western portion of the property to have less hardscape. and address the grading. Essentially, from that sanitation line over, since the conceptual review, we've raised the site 18 inches from existing grade. So we're trying to burn as much of the export for the cut as we can. And so I just wanted to go over, when we met with you for conceptual, our overall grading was 2,550 cubic yards of export. And this proposed project is 700 cubic yards of export. So we reduced the overall export by 72%. And I can break that down in terms of the site, which is currently only 200 cubic yards of export, and the building, which is now only 500 cubic yards of export. And so I feel like we've addressed as much and studied as much of that grading as we possibly can for the most part. And I don't want to do too many apples to apples, but based on the land use permit that was approved on the previous project in 2020, I went back and looked up that land use permit, and the approved permit had 2,400 cubic yards of export approved as part of that land use permit. So I feel like we did reduce from 2,500 to 700, and we feel really good about those pretty optimal changes in a lot of areas. So I just kind of wanted to try and address that because it was one of the MBAR comments. And then Scott's here to address some landscape.
Yeah, if we could go to the landscape set, we could probably skip through the first 2 pages and go to page 3. The first 2 pages are the hardscape plan. Our hardscape palette consists of bluestone and gravel, and we're using that gravel in a permeable application to really try to reduce the amount of impermeable hardscape. On this page, I have at the top the main vehicular gates, and then on the bottom in the southeast corner of the property, Kaz pointed out, we have a second curb cut. This will be used as a service driveway. So we really attempted to differentiate between the primary and the secondary entrances, obviously really trying to downplay the service entrance. We could go to page, the next page. On this and the following page is a comprehensive planting plan, which I won't go through the details, but I do want to highlight, we are surrounding the property with a new hedge. I have 2 options, either Bay or Carolina Cherry. And also regarding trees, there's 11 total trees that we are removing. Most of those are pretty insignificant. The two trees of significance are oak trees. And one is just west of the pool, off the southwest corner of the pool. And the other, Kaz highlighted, it's near an outdoor dining area right off the house. We are planting a total of 37 new trees. 7 of those trees are required for mitigation. So we are removing the 2 native oak trees, which require mitigation. And then we have some encroachment into a few other native oaks and sycamores. And we've worked with Duke McPherson to identify those and propose a mitigation of 1-to-1. So we're planting 60-inch box trees for the 4 oak trees that get impacted, and then 36-inch box trees for the 3 sycamores that get impacted. We could go ahead to the next page. It's the eastern half of the property and the planting plan. Next page, I believe you'll see water use calculations. Sorry, it's the plant legend. And then I think the water calculations and hydrozone plan. Right now we're well under the required average ETAF. And then following this, landscape lighting. This is the landscape lighting plan. You're looking at the western half of the property. There's essentially 3 types of fixtures we're proposing: a step light, a path light, and there are a few downlights in the sycamore trees, which are on the next sheet. If we go to the next sheet, there's the 3 large sycamores within the driveway island, and I've got a few downlights from those and the 1 pepper tree within that area. And then
it shows that.
Yeah, I think you need to open up 5.0 and 5.1. Yeah, thank you.
So the tree lights are in yellow there. Thank you, guys.
Yep. The last page of the landscape set were just the cut sheets of the different fixtures, and that concludes my presentation.
One of the other things that we had was the quantity of lights on the previous page or down in the bottom. That table.
Yeah. So
65 of those.
Quite a few path lights, and we really are just trying to illuminate some of the primary paths of travel. So we do have the main house and a couple different accessory buildings. So I wanted to illuminate the pathway between the main house and the guest house, the main house and the pool, and being a 2 acre plus property, to get from one point to another does require quite a few fixtures, but they are all LED, very low watt. The path lights are 3 watts. There's 2 step lights that we're considering. One is 4 watt, the other is only 2.5 watt. So the idea was to provide some consistency in the lighting through more lights with fewer wattage rather than fewer lights with greater wattage.
And are you complete now with your presentation?
Yes.
I would just add that there's a material board in the box folder as well. And then we have the civil plan. If anyone's curious to look at that, that's also in the box folder as well. The civil plan does have a graphic that shows the cut fill on the site and how we're avoiding the specimen trees.
Okay, questions, Rob, please.
Scott, could you briefly just on the hardscape, just kind of go over the big picture of the driveway? Where were you going with that, please? So
yeah, so Kaz might be able to respond more if your question's more specific to the design and layout. But I can tell you our objective was we have this sewer easement that runs north-south through the middle of the property. And we couldn't put a structure within that. And in fact, I think there was even a setback from that easement to structure. So we thought we'd utilize the driveway and place the driveway over that. And then we were trying as much as possible to not impact the 3 large sycamores that are within the center of the proposed driveway.
I was just looking for just general, the paving, what was you said, bluestone? I'm sorry.
Sure, so the driveway paving is mostly gravel. We're going to use a gravel pave system so it could be permeable, and it Montecito Fire approves it. But then in front of the garage and at the aprons, we're using a bluestone cobble.
And the throat of the entry, the accent pieces, or
From the road to the gate is a cobble.
Okay, and then what about the front walkway? What is that's another cobble, or the pavers up the front door?
Yeah. The entry walkway and all the patios off the house are bluestone in an ashlar pattern.
Okay, that's it. That's all. Thank you.
Questions, Bill?
What's the gate height at your main entrance? What's the height height of the pilaster and the gate?
The gate is 7 feet. The
Page 3, sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Kez. The pilaster is kind of an odd height. I think we'd have to zoom in on that. It's in the upper elevation on the right.
Around
the dimension on it.
8 or under 8 anyway, right?
That's right, yes.
Then the other question I had is the loop in the interior there, you know, your loop drive, is that critical, and does it add to the quantity of your cut and fill in any way? You know, is fire department said, I mean, obviously you'd probably have to have a hammerhead instead, which I think you had it kind of developed in front of your garage doors there. But does it need to come back through the property like that, or is that just a desire of the owner, or what's the thinking behind that loop? In other words.
Yeah, it's well, we avoid we don't have to have the hammerhead with this kind of, I call it lariat shaped driveway. And if we go to the civil plan, if you open up the civil plan, I think that kind of demonstrates in the upper left corner, there's a graphic. And it shows that we do have some grading because of that driveway, but not a lot. Like we're avoiding a lot of it around that sycamore, around the oak. So it does add to a little of the grading, but not, I wouldn't say it's the driver here. And part of, if we go to the site photos, I could show you, it's to engage the design of the lariats to kind of engage the site. And we pick up on a view of Romero Canyon as you're exiting in the day. And we kind of navigate through the existing specimen pepper and oak tree as you enter, which are on your left and right. So it's just a way to engage the site, kind of utilize some of that front or western portion of the site. And
what did the fire department width want to be? What were they wanting there? Is it 16?
They want 16, and we widen it a little bit in front of the house, just so in case a car needed to pass another car. But it's 16 all the way through.
All the radiuses would need to meet the fire turns as well, I guess, which I'm assuming they do, your radiuses.
Yeah, we have sign off from Montecito Fire, just to add to that, to Montecito Sanitation, Montecito Water. We've gone through all the agencies, local agencies, and they've all approved the plans that you are all reviewing right now.
Great, that was it. Thank you.
Questions, Dave?
No questions, John.
Robert, please.
I assume from the word pop, that's a pickleball court?
No, it's pop tennis, which is, I had to look it up myself. It's played with a paddle, but the ball is more of a tennis ball instead of a plastic ball. It's a soft ball, and the court is actually larger than a pickleball court.
Okay. And have you had any discussions with Mount Carmel? Right across the street, you've got 400 kids getting dropped off every morning and then going down the backside, picked up every afternoon. And you may want to make sure you got your timing of major deliveries and construction parking all coordinated with them. That's it for me.
Claire, questions?
Yes. We're still on questions?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I would like to know what the height of the wall is on the lower, the new wall right down there. What is the height of that wall going to be?
The retaining wall?
South side.
Yeah, there's a little wall there.
So there are 2 retaining walls that run there's one wall along the northern property line and one along the southern. They're both essentially 3 feet or less.
If you go to the civil, David, if you wouldn't mind.
The question that I'm asking about is what is the height of the wall? I guess it's at the southern side.
Yeah, if you look like right here, this where when we go to talk about grading, if you zoom into that area, this is where we get into where I feel like we've studied this pretty well. And so this is a 3 foot So here's the finished grade above the wall, here's below, it's 3 feet. And you can see we're rolling a foot already down from the driveway to that wall. And when it gets better in some areas, but that's our most critical point. And we kind of, I didn't realize that detail when we were out on site this morning, but so the idea of like continuing to lift the building and the site, I think we're going to get into some difficult parts. This is the sewer manhole right here to the right, which we have to maintain that elevation. So I just wanted, it's 3 feet to answer your question, Claire.
Okay, and the next other question is I know the frontage is going to be a 6-foot wall. Is the fence that goes along the southern property line, is that going to change, or is that going to be an existing fence that's going to stay there?
Yeah, we're proposing that the existing fencing remain as is.
Existing fence will remain.
Yeah.
Just
Okay,
for new head.
Yeah.
I mean, I just noticed it when we were out on this website, when we were out on the site this morning, and I went home and looked at went, what's happening? We're not going to put a whole wall around the whole thing, you know? So, okay, thank you.
Chip, are you back with us?
Those are the only 2 questions that I think I had left. Oh, there is one other question I have. It's only unclear for me. I think maybe it's clear for other people, but how many oaks are you absolute oaks are you removing?
2.
John is pointing to, he's saying only 2. Is that correct? You're only taking 2.
That's correct.
All the other things that have to do with the other plant that, what is it? That goes around everywhere that you're taking out.
Yeah, so the mitigation, we're having to mitigate for a total of 7 trees, but we're only removing 2. We're 20% encroachment is the threshold. On one oak, we're at 19, and Duke, even though we're not at 20, Duke said, why don't you just mitigate for it since you're 1% off? On another one, we're at 21%. So we've really gone through a lot of effort to try to minimize our encroachment, but in a few instances, we're right at that threshold.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to know what the numbers were. That's why I was asking questions. Okay, those are the only questions I have.
Chip, are you back? Okay. Site lighting. So Scott, have you had a chance to think about those tree lights, the height and things like that? Alternatives to them?
Well, I think what we're proposing is fairly minimal. There's a total of 4 tree down lights that we're proposing. They're downward directed and shielded.
Are they mounted, please?
What's that?
How high are they mounted off the ground, please?
I would estimate about 15 feet. I have actually 2 optional wattages specified in the legend. One is 8, the other is 10. So they're relatively low watt fixtures. The intended purpose is to really just create a very subtle moonlighting effect.
You and I had a spirited discussion, as they say, about plant factors. Have you thought about that more, and are you willing to kick those numbers up?
Look, I'd be happy to debate this with you more, but maybe not in this realm. But I did go back and ran the calculations, and with the way with the coefficients that I've used, our average ETAF is 0.35. And as you know, we're supposed to be below 0.55. If I were to use the coefficients that you suggest I should be using, I would be at 0.47. So we would still be below the 0.55 limit. If I had to change those numbers, just to get this project through to the next phase, I would. I don't agree with it, but it's something that we would do.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, what is the essence of?
He's using,
You brought this up on another project and there, so I didn't catch the full realm
so
of why you're asking that.
when I read the Wool Coles numbers and I read the ordinance, they're using factors less than what Wool Coles say is optimum water use. And I'm asking him to use the higher number, which is optimum water use. For
your reasoning, your
for the tables.
So just really quickly, when Wool Coles tells you a plant is a moderate water use, they give you a range, 0.4 to 0.6. And there's, as professionals, we are able to choose, are we at the low end, middle, or high end of that range? And there's a lot of factors that I believe contribute to that decision. Microclimate being one, sun exposure being another, soil being another. So I don't believe it's necessarily the high end of the range is optimal and the low end is suboptimal. I believe that the way Wool Coles was set up was to give us as designers the ability to make adjustments based on knowledge and site specific conditions.
So John, why are you asking for the higher range? I mean, you're trying to get them to have their water use be more at the upper end of the limit for future, in case they change the allotment. So if he's at a higher end, he won't. He has more flexibility. If he's at a lower end, they're going, you only need this much water, then they could pull him way back when he really needs more, or he may want to use.
That is exactly why I'm doing it.
I think that's,
give them a better cushion.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, actually.
And they keep fighting me on it, but okay, color of the gates. It seems that you have a 7 foot and a 6 foot high gate, essentially the same design wood. It's slightly different. Have you thought about using a different color scheme to de-emphasize the southern gate, please?
We haven't considered that. I'm sure it's something that we would discuss, Kaz and I, and discuss with the clients. In talking about the color, I haven't specified a specific color yet, but we are attracted to a darker color, like a really dark gray, or at one point we were talking about matching the color of the shutters on the house.
For both.
Yeah, for both. But if you wanted us to consider changing the color of the service entry, that's certainly something we'd be open to considering.
Yeah, I'd definitely be open to considering that.
Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 6, 525 Hot Springs Road, please?
Not seeing any hands raised for
Okay,
this one.
so we are on for preliminary today. So let's go back through it. Rob, comments now, please.
Sure. I mean, I think, overall, you've done a really nice job. Everything's very thorough, complete, design wise. I like, overall conceptually where you've gone with it. I'm wondering just a couple of things, and these are just thoughts and comments, like, as it seems like the garage could be a little better screened, maybe with a low wall or something like that, so they're kind of hidden. At the same token, I think the front main entry maybe could use to be just a little more celebrated. But the big thing that I guess I'm wondering is, is this project been before you guys before?
We've gone for conceptual and a site visit this morning.
And I'm sorry I missed that. The thing that crossed my mind is have you considered the notion of why not have the extra loop drive and then use what you're basically using as the service entrance, why not use that as part of the driveway? That becomes the exit point for the overall project. And then maybe get rid of all that kind of paving and driveway in the middle where you could have kind of a nice, natural garden environment. And then the only other question I have, and I don't know if there's a right or wrong,
Comments now.
and I'm not sure why the pedestrian walk again is over by the service entry and not really associated with the main entry. But the big question, I guess, is it's kind of a question comment. I mean, if you feel strongly about what you've done, then that's great. But it seems like having that extra loop drive, maybe that you might not need that if you use the service drive as part of your overall drive system. So anyways, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
So Scott or Cass, you want to address that? It's fairly
Yeah.
big.
Well, a couple of things. This is a big specimen oak, but more importantly, I think if you went to the architectural binder, the number 1 there, and I think it's page 3. Yep, page 3. So yeah, and if you go to image 6 and 7, the bottom left, sorry, they're stacked vertically, 6 and 7. So that's along the southern property line, and the driveway would go out along that property line, and it kind of looks it looks right into Mount Carmel. And obviously we can do a lot with landscape. And then image 6 is where we're proposing the driveway to be, which goes back to that lariat. You get the ridge line. It doesn't highlight Mount Carmel, which we don't have control over the other side of the street and the vegetation there. Obviously, if we have a driveway that leads out to Hot Springs, we can't plant on that driveway. So I just think it's kind of this optimal vantage points that give you context of where you are. And there's some great ridgeline views from this property, and we chose to kind of design around that.
You sold me with the view to the mountain. When I see picture 6 and I see the view to the mountains, I'm sold on your decision. So thank you.
So comments about the design. It's on for preliminary. Please, comments, Rob?
I've basically said all my comments.
You're okay with it,
Yeah,
Bill?
yeah.
Please, comments.
Yeah, I think I don't remember seeing the house original review, but I think the house looks fine. I think it's a modest home, certainly, and I like the architecture of it. I don't have any problem with the other accessory structures either. I know there was discussion at the site about the grading and the quantities, and certainly if there are ways to help reduce some of the export offsite, that would be great. I don't know whether you can still investigate that. That would probably be the only thing that I think would need a further development, but the rest I could support.
Dave, comments?
Yeah, first I want to thank you for putting the story pool at the site. I think that, to my mind, there was no issue with the building height. And I think you have a very nice building design and a landscape design. My concerns have to do with the amount of grading and the lighting. For me to support the grading and the amount of export, I'd need more information really demonstrating that you can't do better than this. It's not clear to me why the retaining wall on the south side is 6 feet off the property line and how all those things relate. I know you have a sewer and the driveway that are controlling some of those heights and things, but on a site this large, it just seems to me that you could potentially reduce the grading. So I need more information to be able to support you on that. And I would strongly prefer more path lights as opposed to tree lights mounted 15 feet or more in the trees. I think that's just more appropriate for Montecito. But again, overall, I think it's a really nice project. Those 2 key issues that I need more information on, and hopefully you make a little movement on for me to support the project.
Robert, comments, please.
I love the architectural style. It's traditional, it's Montecito. The only thing I'm concerned about, and we went through this on another project in Hot Springs, you've got that wall right on the right of way. And you've got so much property, why not give some of that space between the asphalt and the wall to Hot Springs and maybe a bit of a walking path or something? I'm not that concerned about the grading. It's a straight shot down Hot Springs Road. It's a wide road. But I'd love to see a little bit more given back to the public, to the street, and see some more landscaping and maybe a pathway in front of that wall along Hot Springs. And I am concerned about construction parking and big trucks and timing of them with all these little kids right across the street. It's just something to consider and maybe communicate with Mount Carmel. Okay. Those are my comments.
Claire, please, comments.
Well, I'm just curious. I mean, I've got some other comments, but I'm really curious about, I mean, we've got a 6-foot wall that's on the property line. So there's plenty of right-of-way available to plant. It is my understanding. So I'm actually asking what you're saying about the wall. Why is it, you know, I mean, there's plenty of right-of-way to plant.
Can you go to the landscape plans, please?
I think you want to go to page 5.
See, the wall is back away from the edge of pavement.
Next one.
So the wall is on the right of way, and then just it goes much further back in, and then comes back again.
So the red that we're seeing, that's the wall, right?
Yes.
I don't, why, I don't get what the problem with that is. I mean, it's on the property, it's not encroaching into anything, you know, and as I drive up and down Hot Springs, which I did two times today, it's the wall is consistent with most of the other walls exactly where they are. I mean, so to push this wall further into the property doesn't make sense to me because it's consistent with all the other walls along Hot Springs.
And do you have any other comments, please?
No, I do. No, I just wanted to clean up that because it's a funny request for me. I just don't understand. The wall, where the wall is proposed is where I think the wall should be, you know.
I don't understand. Where's the edge of pavement?
Pavement is where the driveway is. That's the edge of pavement right there. The wall is considerably back from there.
There's the wall.
There's the wall. So there's plenty of room to plant in front of the wall, is what I'm perceiving.
I don't see many plants.
No. I mean, they've even got plants already proposed.
It's just people. I mean, kids walk across there and then they walk down, and I just wish this community was a little more walkable.
Okay, so we have 2 comments. One, move it back. The other says that we don't need to. Claire, do you have any other comments, please?
The other, let's see, where's my little list here? Wall height, gate. My only comment is I guess I personally don't have a problem with the 3 or possibly 4 hanging lights, particularly because they exist in the center of this property, and they're not going to flood their neighbors or anybody else. In fact, mostly nobody's ever going to see the lights, whether, and that I would request that because we've done this with hanging lights with everybody, that they be at 12 feet or less, not 15 feet up in the tree, because we've had other people that have, and we, as a board, we've kind of consistently sort of set that level as to where the hanging lights should be. So I'm okay with the hanging lights as long as they're hung 12 feet high or lower than that. And other than that, I think you guys have done you've done a really good job on this project and coming up with, responses to what we'd asked, and certainly, as I spoke to one of you, it was this morning when we talked, is that I have neighbors directly attached to this property on the south side, and those neighbors are very, very happy with the entire project. So I'm just giving the board that a little bit of information. Is that the neighbors directly along the south fence line right there, they're really happy with what's happening. In fact, I was told recently that they thought it was really stupid that we were requiring the story poles, because they didn't see any reason for the need for them. It was, that's what I'm talking about, the neighbors. Anyway, that's it.
Chip, are you back? Okay. I think that to be consistent, if you want to do tree lights 12 feet or less, I tend to agree with Dave that if you can find more lights down low, I think that would really completely ensure that we don't get any spread. Quite frankly, Scott, I hate to be so blunt. I think you're being a fool if you don't have the higher plant factors. It's the general prediction, which seems to be coming down, is wetter wets, which we're in right now, I think, and drier dries, which is what we were in a couple, 3 years ago. I'm not quite sure what Laura does over at the water district, but if they're taking your water use calcs, I think they're probably going to try to squeeze you down below that. Yes, you represented you're going to be on a well, but the state's getting all over the water district about that, and I think that'll be included. I think it would just be wise, and I cannot believe that members of the Montecito community would not use the optimal water on their own plants, which is a closer approximation. Color of the gates, I think that having a nice gray color or any other color on the northern gate would be very nice. The color I was thinking about on the southern gate was the same color as the wall. Just, the kinds of, in a house, a lot of times we just have doors that are kind of going away. UPS, the garbage people, they'll all know what it is, but you won't see it as you're driving down. So I would suggest that. And I think this is a very nice project. I thought a lot about the grading since we had our meeting today. And I do believe that without doing major revisions to the project, which I don't think are called for, the grading is appropriate. So while I was somewhat concerned about it before, I'm not as concerned. The hot springs wall, on the one hand, I can see why you want as much land as you can get. On the other hand, having a little bit of extra means that the project itself does not appear to be stingy to the community and allows that semi-rural planting in front of walls and things like that. I don't think I would have it be a requirement, but I think you would be better off architecturally or from a community point of view, having it undulate maybe if it's not moved back in total. We are on for preliminary. Is there anybody, are we all good enough with this project? We're ready for a vote, please. Yes, no?
Yeah.
Everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, so The issues that I saw, grading, I don't think we have that anymore. Site lighting, there's been a couple of us that say 12 feet or path lights. Do we care as a board, please?
I'm okay with 12 feet. Yeah, because it is for Claire's.
Yeah, well, it's consistent with what we've done with everybody else.
And
Board of it.
and the gate, the wall in front, do we, as a board, have a comment about that, please?
I'm okay either way.
I think given the size of the property, the property would look nicer, really, if it was moved back. It would be more estate-like, so.
Okay, so that's your position. What about others, please? Anybody? That one man's opinion?
I think it's fine where it is.
Okay, so, I think I would like to make a motion for preliminary approval with the applicant to study the the color of the gates and to lower the light fixtures and the tree lights to no more than 12 feet above ground. Is there anything else besides that? And to return on consent for final, right?
Sure.
Okay, is there a second, please?
I second it.
Any further discussion, please? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you very much, gentlemen. Nice project.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Michael, item number 7, 800 Cold Spring Road. Are you here, please?
Yes, we are.
Very good. And Soren, are you here, please? The planner?
Soren is out of the office today.
Is there somebody familiar with the historical report and the HLAC memo, please?
Unfortunately, Soren's supervisor is also out. I can take a quick look at it, but I will be working on the fly.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It's deeper than that, Kimberly. Okay, so you guys are on. Please make your presentation.
Yeah, good afternoon, committee members.
Actually, let me interrupt. I'm sorry. There is a memo and there's an HLAC memo, which is what I was referring to. Let me read those. And so, yeah, well, and the comments. Beautiful project, beautiful, nice restoration, return with working drawings, full details, site work, landscape, and exterior lighting. So this is the thing that caused me to ask that question. Okay, planner comments. The project attended the January 9th HLAC hearing and received a memorandum from the committee with comments on the proposed design of the project. This letter has been included in our file. For clarity, this residence and property are not designated historical landmarks, and the HLAC does not currently have jurisdiction over this project. However, the memorandum has been provided to you on an advisory basis. Next page, please. The project has been analyzed is under the direction of a phase 1 and 2 historical report conducted by Post Hazelton, which is also in the box account. The report concludes that the impacts from the proposed project on the significant historical resource would be less than significant. P&D staff is satisfied with the design of the proposed project from a CEQA perspective because this project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation and consistent with the County of Santa Barbara historical and archaeological policies. And when you go and look at the HLAC report, what I got from that was they had a lot of trouble with this arched window. Shall I read all these? There's a lot of stuff in here, and if they don't have comments, does the board want to take a look at this or not, please?
conflicting with the report that we?
I don't believe that the app, and if I'm wrong about this, please correct me. My sense of reading this memo this morning, or actually yesterday, and your design is that you didn't really pay that much attention to the memo. You decided to do what you wanted to do. Is that a correct statement?
Well, when we came to you initially, it was a conceptual drawing 1/8 inch scale. So we were working, and we had researched, we had found, and we had got no indication at that time we were going before any historical. So we designed it with the original architect in mind, because we'd worked on his problems, his buildings up on 880 Cold Spring. So we were familiar with him.
And who's the architect, please?
Arthur Wayne. Arthur Wayne from Michigan, buildings 1917. That was the architect for Lolita Armour and John Mitchell. And we'd worked extensively on that project in the 90s. And we, in making our proposal, we did not have an eye towards the historical HLAC. And then we came to you, and you directed us to come to you with final drawings. The assumption with final drawings being that you don't change anything unless it's driven by necessity, like a structural engineer or something. So that was our take, which was the BAR is saying don't change anything, but then the HLAC said do change something, and then they told us, but whatever we say to you, and this is quoting them, is just a suggestion. And then our planner said they have no jurisdiction. So it's not as though we ignored them. We took the path that seemed to be laid out before us. But we did make some adjustments to that one window. And of course, when we worked on the project on 888, Arthur Wayne did use segmental arches with a rectangular openings in the same building when he had when the architecture called for it. We felt the architecture called for it here, which is essentially it's a large opening, and it's got a lot of masonry above it. This is a masonry building. In the time in which that house would have been built with masonry, it would have suggested some kind of a relieving arch. The client really loved that, so we presented that.
Members of the board, we are here in kind of a confusing situation, which is why I wanted to bring it up early. Do we want to consider this or not? They have no jurisdiction. They'd like us to think about this.
John, if I could interject, if it's helpful.
Yeah.
The structure is not a landmark structure. Therefore, HLAC cannot dictate or review how the proposed development would affect a landmark structure. That doesn't mean that the historians can't have an opinion about the proposed changes to the structure and the structures and those effects on the structure's historic significance. So we have one report prepared by Post and Hazeltine, I believe, that says, here are the Secretary of State standards, and we find this consistent, and it's not going to create a significant environmental impact. We have another group of historians, or a particular historian, whoever it may be, saying, here are the things that we think would make the project better or would be more in keeping with the historic components of the structure. So HLAC has comments, but they are not directives because they do not have a landmark structure that falls within their jurisdiction. Don't know if that makes it any clearer, but that's the difference about jurisdiction. They can be taken as comments, they just can't, they're not directives because the structure is not protected under a landmark ordinance.
Thank you, Kimberly. As a board, what do we want to do here, please?
Can't we just
Review the
do the
project,
project as it is?
look at the project and move.
Make our own
Okay.
comments at this point. If
So, very good. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yes. So I guess we can start with, as we roll through the pages, you have control of taking us through the vicinity map, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that has not changed since our submittal at conceptual. Then it would be the site plan.
Hang on, something happened here.
Uh-oh.
I hate it when he changes computers.
Did you give me the list of them?
Oh, this is a technology thing.
You guys need to take a,
5 minutes.
we're gonna take about a 3 to 5 minute break while David figures his.
Figures out how to get the machine.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. It's just, and a couple people want to stretch their legs.
Technology. Oh, God.
Okay, so we're back with everybody.
Dave, can you?
So Michael,
Bigger.
please go ahead.
It's right on the corner of this, the picture. Yeah, and I just want to see the vicinity map. I'm trying to figure out where the hell this place is. East Valley.
Yeah, it's not that. Okay, so Michael, are you back with us?
It's up at the top.
Yes, I am. It's right across the street from Westmont's entrance.
It's the El Mirador estate.
It's El Mirador.
Oh, it's El Mirador. Okay, okay.
Mirador.
Okay, we've got 3-4 items left. Let's try to keep moving. Michael, please.
So, now we're looking at the site plan. And on the site plan, you can see the size of the parcel, which is quite large, 11 acres plus. And our building is right up against Cold Springs with a little arrow pointing to it. Then we could go to the topo map, which is M2, the next page. This shows the contours in the general environs of the building. It also shows this unusual rectangle coming out of the bottom of the page, which is a piece of land owned by the Lotus Land. It's a reservoir. So it was an issue as we were working, or at least something we needed to be aware of. And then the next page is the color photos of the site and the neighboring areas. So the first page is the building as it stands now with the solariums. And we have since gotten permission to take those down. They were never part of any historical significance of the building. So you see on the left, you see the west elevation, kind of two views of it. And below that, you see the east and the south elevation. And then you see on the far right, a section of some of the property. It's very sort of ancient California overgrown, amazing piece of dirt. And then down below, we see part of the entry walls with the pier that is the main entrance into the property. The next page is adjoining property. So on the upper left is 888 Cold Springs. This is built on the courtyard that Arthur Wayne had devised for the chauffeur's quarters. This was built in the 90s. This was my first house. It is a manor house in the French provincial style. I had done research at Dr. Gephardt's collection out at the university, reviewing, I think it was the either the brick builder or the architect and engineer, and read about the construction of this property along with the one up on La Paz. The two Mitchell brothers, Jack and John, built model French farms. The one on La Paz that Joe Plunkett did was French, Northern French model farm. This was supposed to be a Southern France, Provence model farm. So you can see at the top, the two pictures left and center are that house. And then down below is the same house looking to the south. And then there's a set of gates that are right next to El Mirador's gates that we did for that house. And then to the right, which would be to the other side of El Mirador, which would be the southern side, is the Harcourt property, which was the first project I worked on. There's the gatehouse and the gates. So those are the properties that are nearby, their coloration and their vintage.
And the owner for 800 is also the owner of 888. So just to kind of clarify that.
Okay, thanks.
Try to keep everything moving quickly or more quickly.
Next page. Okay, so when we presented to you the conceptual, our floor plan is virtually identical. We presented you with square footage that show the interior of this proposal, including the new work, and it was about 2,117 square feet. The work we have done since then to make final drawings with the structural involved we're down to about 2,074 square feet interior, 2,600 square feet on the outside. It was a seismically challenged building, so we went through a very innovative process of lining the inside of the exterior walls with carbon fiber. That's how we're going to save this building. The client has been very adamant about saving this historical building and improving its use to live on forever. So your next page would show, no, we skipped one.
Yeah, that's fine. We're trying to keep the project moving, Michael. Thank you.
Elevations and details. This is, if you want me to discuss anything that might have been slightly different, I can do that. Otherwise, you can see it's essentially the same elevation. There's this is the west side, east. This is the east side, I'm sorry, which is essentially the back side of the house with the porch that has been discussed. This is the north side. This is the north side, and this is the south side, showing some of the garden features. And then sections through the porch and the floor plan. Larger sections showing how it's to be built. Color chips. I guess we're never that's fine. Color chips, hardware, and then light fixtures that I had previously designed in a landscape plan, which is just basically replicating what had been there before. It's a very kind of rural plan, very low water use, minimal, a lot of gravel and stone hardscape around it. And that's kind of it in a nutshell.
We're 17 out of 24. What's in the last 7, please?
It's all the grading plan.
The grading plan, where our grading plan is, we're a net 55 instead of a net 50, and we're 200 on over-X, which is essentially the landscape flowers will show you. That's basically taking out the old stuff, which affects your over-X, and putting in, and this is just at the surface, like taking out brick and substrate, which is a sand, and putting in more proper substrate and putting in flagging. So, and we will not export anything or import. So,
questions, Dave, please.
Sorry?
That's for them.
Robert.
No questions.
Rob, questions.
No questions.
Claire.
No questions.
Tib, are you back? Bill, questions, please.
Sorry, I got questions. Just go to the lighting plan, the lighting sketches. Michael, it looked like you showed bulbs in your fixtures. Do you know the night sky ordinance that we can't see the bulb itself? So can you take those fixtures and put LEDs or something in them where you can't see it?
Yes, we can do LEDs, but really what we were planning on doing was putting mica in certainly in the round ones, the one on the top, and the others, this is what we've used before with glass, but if it's an LED bulb, we can do that, yes.
Okay, that was it.
Light fixtures that I've drawn and we've used in the past, and they're all handmade.
Yeah, beautiful.
Bill, are you sure he understands? It's not just using an LED bulb, that it's
It's up in the
it's concealed. The lamp is concealed.
Does that make sense, Michael, that the
light
source has to be up in the hood of it? I mean, it'll still provide the same kind of light. You can still have mic on your lens. Just have to set it up inside the hood so you can't see the source.
Can't see the source. And that's even if they're low slung lights in the garden, is that?
Yeah, I mean, your path light in the garden there, that's fine. You can't see the light source there.
Right, so we've got to get a light source up in that hood and in all these lanterns now, okay.
Do you have a manufacturer in mind?
Well, I've had someone who's made all our wrought iron forever, but now it's probably going to be Ironwood Designs.
Okay, chances are they know how to do it. Yeah. Okay, and my question, can we go to the landscape plan, please? This looks to me like a conceptual landscape plan. We are on for both preliminary and final. Is there more information, irrigation plans, things like that that one would expect at final?
Well, I have no additional plans to this. What we did say that everything is going to be on drip except for a small piece of lawn. And we mentioned the plants that would be there. If there's something additional,
Yes.
Not buildable.
Okay, so did we do public comment? No, public comment. Item number 7, 800 Cold Spring Road, please. Anybody?
Go ahead and raise your hand if you're interested in this item. Not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, so we are on for both preliminary and final comments. Dave, please.
Yeah, I want to commend you for really restoring a historic structure, or not historic, however it's deemed, but I think what you're really doing is bringing it back to where it should be. It's obvious with the drawings you've done, you've taken a lot of care in that. And for me, the fact that the historians have done a phase 1, phase 2 review and support the project, then I can hang my hat on that. And so I think it's a very nice project, and I greatly appreciated and shared your hand drawings with my office. It's quite nice to see. So great job.
Thank you.
Robert, please, comments?
Yeah, the hand drawings are beautiful as usual. I do see a landscape list up there in the upper left, and I feel like it's enough. And as far as the arches go, given the Provence/Tuscan kind of look of the building, I think they fit in perfectly, and they work with the other neighboring homes, and they provide some relief from all the flat tops everywhere else. So I fully support this for prelim and final approval.
Rob, comments, please.
Actually, I mean, I agree as far as the architectural, the hand drawings, just beautiful. But where John was going, I think the landscape plan to me is what I see coming into this board, what I prepare myself. I see 8 to 10 sheet hardscape landscape plans, and that would have the same kind of attention to detail and care that you've shown with the architectural aspect of this project. So I think the landscape plan, I mean, the preliminary version of that drawing is beautiful. It's really, the graphics are great, but I think it needs to be developed to a whole nother level than what we're showing here. And, in terms of hardscape, all the detailing, the landscape, far more detailed with Wheelo, irrigation plan, all those kinds of things. And that's what we see with most of the other projects, are far more involved in detail with several more sheets associated with them. So, but overall, your project's fairly nice, and I support it.
Just a quick note, there are a lot of the landscape plan details in the actual elevation sheets. The elevated,
the grading plan.
And the grading plan as well. But the elevations of the landscape elements are shown in the elevation sheets as well.
Sorry if I missed that, but.
Okay.
Claire, comments, please. Claire?
Given I'm over here on the landscape, the landscape side, is that this, for me, it's a lovely drawing, but it doesn't allow somebody to come along and follow what's being asked. There's just not enough information as far as the landscape is concerned. It's like, how many trees, what size are they? All of those, especially and then when it comes to Wheelo, I mean, we don't have there's no calculations there in the landscape plan from what I see. you know, and all of that work has to be done before we can approve the landscape plan. So that's the rest of the project looks great, but the landscaping is not developed to the point where somebody can come in and build that landscape because we don't have enough information in the drawings.
Comments, Bill?
Yeah, I appreciate the level of detail, incredible, wonderful hand drawings, beautiful architecture. I can support the architectural aspect of it. And I would say come back for your landscape to get final. So we should be to give them come back for final on consent with that.
And I have no comments. So to that end, I would like to make a motion for preliminary approval because we can't separate things out because of the way the county works. With the applicant to return with complete landscape plans, you can talk to your planner, maybe ask for examples that you could see.
And lighting plan.
And a lighting plan, part of the landscape plans, and also more information after you contact your supplier on the light fixtures, how they're going to make them dark sky compliant on consent. Is there a second for that?
Son,
Yes, please.
So, could you use the term hardscape landscape, not just landscape? I think.
Hardscape landscape. Yeah.
And then I'd second it. Or did you already second it?
Either way.
Any further discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So have done the consent calendar for, I don't know, 5 years or something. And so I'm not going to look at the architecture except that light fixture. Landscape, it needs a lot of work, but you're on consent. So as quickly as you can get it, you can probably get on the next meeting. Okay. Thank you so much for a nice project. Item number 805 Park Lane West. This is a Becker project. We've done the site visit a number of times or once, I guess. We have a public comment letter. Daryl, are you with us, please?
Yes, I'm here together with Derek Eichelberger from Arcadia Studios to present today.
Okay, yeah, I have this, I love this board. So MBAR appreciates the applicant's response to previous comments. Project moving in right direction, nice design and materials, return with landscape plan. Consider planting large box oaks into the area between roadway and residence. Study options to soften / reduce reflectivity on east facing elevation. Thank you, Daryl. Go for it.
So the majority of the changes have been plan development details and specifically addressing the MBAR's comments. We have changed the stone specification from a limestone to Santa Barbara sandstone to warm up the color and reduce the reflectivity as asked by the board. The only other comments that were made were regarding landscape, but if you'd like, I can either take you through some of the details that we've completed on the application or just go straight to landscape architecture.
Why don't we just,
We have a plan.
so Dave, why don't you just go click.
I can do this relatively quickly. So let's go to PDF 6.
Daryl, let's just do each plan, and then when you want us to stop, you'll stop.
Okay, great. Stop right there. So that's the inspirational image of the overall plan using the warmer stone rather than the lighter sandstone. Then go ahead and move through. If you'll stop right there, I wanted to point out a couple of things related to the letter that was submitted. At the north part of the property, at the north intersection of Park Lane West, our building is 12 feet, 11 inches tall. In the center where the sidewalk is, there is a data point where the sidewalk enters the main structure of the house. And the top of our building is at 13 feet, 11 inches. And at the south intersect of the property line, Our building is at 16 feet 11 inches. And just to clarify that, this has a single story elevation on the Park Lane exposure. Go ahead and move through if you'd like. Okay, these are elevations. Keep going. Sections, architectural sections and details. Window door details, stone veneer details, roof details. These are the elevations. Now, the one thing I wanted to point out, we did not re-render the trees at the front of the house. So this elevation at the bottom does not show the scale of the landscape that's being proposed. Go ahead and move through if you would.
So are you done now, Daryl, please?
Yeah, we're done. I'd like to kind of bump it over to Derek Eichelberger to talk about the landscape.
Should we just address the specific questions, or do you want a presentation on the landscape?
We had asked for additional trees in front. Can you at least point those out? How many extra, et cetera? And where they
Right, so we took your comment to heart, but from a design standpoint, we didn't feel it was appropriate to put the oaks directly in front of the house for two reasons. One, they get very large, they're very dense, so you basically.
What sheet, please?
Oh, LP1.
And I don't.
Sheet number 39, right there.
That's the plan right there.
Correct.
So in essence, we have 7 trees in front of the house. What we decided to do is bookend the oaks at either end of the structure. The one at the south would be a 48-inch box, and we bumped up the size of the one to the north to a 60-inch box going in. And then we wanted to let the olives stay as sort of the theme of the center of the portion. They're a little more open, so they wouldn't necessarily completely erase the house from the street, but they give it a nice veil. And I think it's appropriate of the general context of Park Lane. So that's where we are on the trees.
Anything else, Derek, or is that basically it for now, please?
I think that's it.
Okay.
I should point out, John, that we used the high value on the Woolcos for you.
So you know.
Do we get a gold star?
Actually, your clients, you're going to get the gold star when there's a drought and water district starts squishing everybody.
Absolutely.
So, okay, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness on that, Derek. So, okay, questions, Bill?
Derek, site lighting, no tree lights? Are those just path lights?
They're all path lights.
And then, Daryl, did you have any glass rail detail anywhere? I mean, you're here for preliminary, but.
Yeah, we did. Hold on one second. I'll see if I can find that for you.
Was all I was looking for.
Why don't you come back to that and I'll touch it with you.
Oh.
I'll pick it up, yeah. Okay, so,
did you find it there? You're looking. You can circle back on that.
Claire, questions, please?
Personal questions. No, I have no, I don't think I have questions.
Dave, questions?
Yeah,
Your description of the trees wasn't clear to me. Have you added trees to the front or not added them?
We have not added them. We've upped the size of the oak at the north end to be from a 48-inch to a 60-inch. But we've kept the essence of the design as it was before.
So Daryl indicated that rendering wasn't correct. Is it just that one tree that changes? Could we look at that elevation? I just want to understand what we're approving.
The rendering.
The rendering.
What page is that on, Daryl, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. The rendering is on,
Right there.
32 and 33. So
We
if
just
you'll
passed.
go, yeah, so we upsized the scale of all of those trees. He went to the 60-inch box on the corner oak. And then we have, I think, the 5 olives or full-size olives lining the driveway.
So this, what you're showing here is what it'll look like the day they go in, or is this?
Yes, they're specimens, field grown.
Okay, so it'll, essentially this is correct, except the oak will be bigger.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then back to that glass rail, that's on PDF for sheet 31, A702, detail 3, top right corner.
Okay. Rob Burt, questions?
No questions.
Rob, questions?
No questions at this point.
Chip, are you with us? Okay, and I have a question. It looks like your windows are flush mounted to the exterior of the wall. Is that true? Can we look at that, please?
Well, they're stacked.
They're on the exterior. See on the lower 07.
Correct.
That's
So-
right there on the exterior, and that was true in every case, I think.
Correct.
So have you thought about pushing them in so that you get the shadow line there, please?
Yeah, we can take a look at that. I mean, most of them set back from the eve line, but there are some that are at the face of building, and we're happy to slide them in.
We do have a public comment letter. So public comment, is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 805 Park Lane West, please?
I think there's 2 letters.
We have 2 letters, and then we
Okay,
have at least 3 hands up. Go ahead and raise your hand if you'd like me to.
Let's do the public, the people first and then the letters after that.
Okay. So our first speaker will be Jay Harkrider, to be followed by Kirsten Becker.
Great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. All right. Hi, my name is Jay Harkrider. Thank you to the board for enabling me to speak again as a proponent of this project. And I apologize if it's hard to hear me. I'm actually at Cottage Hospital. My wife just delivered our 2nd child yesterday. So exciting times at the Harkrider household, but also happy I could call in to communicate my continued strong stance on the rights we have as owners to build on this lot and the merits of the proposed project. So to remind the board, I purchased this property with my wife in April of 2017. The lot was purchased with approved building plans, which I intended to use with some modifications to build our home and raise our family here. In our previous MBAR meeting, I found one of the board members' comments as an enlightening reminder to everyone that this lot has an existing building envelope and is entitled to be improved with a single-family home. And the purpose of MBAR is not to negotiate that fact. Just wanted to reemphasize that I purchased this lot with approved plans to build on the property, and it was always my intention. So as everyone knows, mudslides happened and halted the plans related to this site. Building codes were revised to improve safety of homes built on the creek side, and we are adhering to those more stringent codes. We've willingly, in my opinion, accepted feedback from the board and neighboring property owners to modify originally proposed plans. I'm confident that the board can see through the opposing claims that a home on this lot is an invasion of others' privacy, decreases property values, and that our architecture should matter more because we sit on a smaller lot. I'm not going to rebut those clearly conflicted statements in the letters you're probably going to go through. But I will agree with one comment submitted in the opposition to this project, that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. From my eye, I think Daryl and the Becker design team has done a really good job designing a contemporary home, which blends in well with the landscape and is complementary to architecture you see throughout Montecito, from my perspective. And we've listened to your feedback and made modifications to improve upon the originally proposed design along the way, which I genuinely believe has even optimized the project and the final product more. So respect the work that MBAR does to ensure desirable architecture is present through our community. And I think we have adhered to your guidance to ensure a quality project and good design is executed to protect and enhance the value of homes on this street and in our community. It's been 7 years of stops and starts in designing and building a home on this lot. And like I said, the lot was entitled for a single family home when we purchased it, and it's still entitled for a single family home today. We're abiding by the building codes and have thoughtfully refined the design in response to comments by the board and our neighbors. I appreciate the board's continued guidance on making sure this project is a success, and look forward to gaining your approval. Thank you very much.
Next, please.
So our next speaker will be Kirsten Becker, to be followed by Jeffrey Wadsworth. And then if anyone else likes to speak, go ahead and raise your hand.
Hi, Kirsten here. If everyone can hear me, I'm just going to go with, what he said. I just wanted to thank you guys and remind you that this has been a long ongoing process and countless hours, countless dollars, and it is compliant and commensurate with other contemporary houses that are peppered throughout the neighborhood, offering an even more organic interpretation. This house belongs on this lot, and if it's not us, it's going to be somebody else that might make it worse or taller. It is lower than the houses of those who are complaining about the height. And I'm really hoping that you can see the beauty of the project and approve it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please. Jeffrey, is that who it is?
Our next speaker will be Jeffrey Wadsworth.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Jeffrey.
You can hear me, thank you. I'll make my comments brief. I disagree with most of what Mr. Harkright said last time, and I still do. This lot, I understand it meets all the bureaucratic requirements, but common sense, when you look at it, tells a somewhat different story. It's 0.84 acres, but that includes road and creek, so it's a small lot, which has caused the house to be pushed up towards the road. The lot next to it's unbuildable, and the one on the other side at East Mountain Drive, boy, that took a beating in the winter storm, and half the rocks that protect the creek from the house, or the house from the creek, were driven down into the creek, and I'm sure that there'll be more damage. So I understand these lots are approved by a different committee, but from a concerned neighbor viewpoint, that really doesn't matter. It's a common sense issue. Secondly, the proposed structure, I mean, we heard about diversity of structures and this, that, and the other. It's out of character. And the design pushes the exterior of the house up to and next to the Park Lane West and the San Isidro Trail. And is, frankly, I don't mean to be rude, but it's an unattractive structure facing the road. And although Mr. Harkright wants to think that it's architecturally diverse, the fact is, you can't see the other properties from the road because they're on larger lots, they're set back. And so when he makes these comparisons, it's just not logical to me. I want to correct the record. At the last meeting, he chose to suggest that certain neighbors had offered to buy this property so they could develop it themselves. That is not true. It's just not true. They wanted to buy it to prevent it being developed. And that's the case, and I've talked to many of them. And that's my view on that. So I think this negotiation that I'm watching follows a pattern that I've seen many times in my career, which is people come in with a plan, and in my view, it's a very, very bad plan because of the lot and the design of the house into the road. And then they come back with, I'll just use one very bad. And because it's better than it was before, suddenly it's all okay. It isn't. It's deeply flawed in its basic siting and the way it looks from the road. And I've got to tell you, my neighbors are jaded about this. They don't believe this board's gonna really do anything. And they don't believe it'll act in the best interest of the neighborhood. And I can only hope they're wrong. The house next to them on East Mountain Drive, the man who owned it sold it when he saw the plan that was going up. So the comments about house values not being damaged and so on and so forth are also wrong. That concludes my comments. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? I know we have a letter.
We do have one more speaker. It's Laura, and I apologize if I butcher your last name, Hohen.
Haney, but that's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to voice our concerns. Before I get started, I would like to note that the new owner of 1800 East Mountain Drive was unaware of this meeting until yesterday, and she is out of the country and unable to join this meeting. So, you know, she's a neighbor who is potentially very impacted by this project. And her one comment was just that she was concerned about what the height of the proposed structure would be. The one thing we were pleased about was the inclusion of more mature oaks, but now I'm a little confused with the landscape planner's presentation. So it seems that maybe now there will be virtually no screening of what appears to me as a very urban looking structure. Our primary concern, however, is the height of the proposed structure relative to the road. Unlike new construction, which is required to follow the slope rather than perch on top of it, this structure is sort of bumped right up to the top of the slope of the lot. And when the project was story polled about a year and a half ago, on July 14th, 2022, the neighbors were absolutely shocked at both the height and the footprint of the proposed residence. At that time, the story polls reflected the roof at 522. And then there was a revised plan. So we were all excited that there was a revised plan and that the height would come down. But the revised plan showed a height of at 519. And the reason it wasn't reduced more than that is because suddenly the basement was starting at, I think it was 497 instead of 491. Now the new proposal shows the roof at 520 and 3 inches, which is less than 2 feet below the elevation that the neighbors found shocking to begin with. Given the footprint and the height that's currently proposed, I respectfully ask the members of the board to consider whether the project, if story polled again today, would honestly alleviate those concerns originally expressed by the neighbors. And we believe that there is an opportunity to reduce the height. The slope that's shown for the driveway is considerably less than the maximum allowed by the county. And I'm sure there are other ways that you could find to lower this height. In our estimation, every additional foot of height adversely affects our privacy, our property value, the privacy and property values of the neighbors, immediate neighbors, and the rural feel of our neighborhood. And accordingly, we request that the height be reduced prior to your approval. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And Ms. Haney was our last hand up.
Is that it? And we have a public comment letter, please.
We do have 2 comment letters.
Oh, okay.
Let's see here. First one is actually from Ms. Haney.
So this is. Yeah, we just talked about this, but so does everybody see that? Okay, and the next one, please.
Next one was from Dr. and Mrs. Wadsworth.
And we just got them or no? Okay. Anybody else, please? Yeah, close public comment. Board, we're on for preliminary today. Comments, Bill?
You go to the site or go to the site plan real quick. Just want to make my case here. I mean,
13.
elevations are good too. Site plan there. I mean, clearly they have a building envelope which they fit within. They're allowed to build a project, a home there. You know, I don't recall the story pole site visit, so I'm not certain if I saw that. But, you know, from what I see, I think they've made an effort to try and reduce the height to the level that they can by sinking it into the property. It's, as Daryl mentioned, 16 feet at the high side from the street, which is not a very tall visual from that end. So to that end, I think I can support this. Go to the elevations real quick too, just to take a quick look at that.
PDF 18, 19, and 20.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily reflecting the view that you see from the street, because the landscaping and planting and the way the grade sort of fits. Yeah, the rendering's probably better. And the section actually shows kind of how it's tucked in. Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, it looks like a single story from the street, and to that effect, and the fact that they've, you know, increased the size of at least one of the oaks, I could support this as it's shown.
Comments, Claire, please.
I don't have any comment.
You wanna?
Oh,
Okay.
no comments.
Dave, please, comments.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a very challenging site. There isn't a lot of room to maneuver with the slope and the flood issues and everything. It's very complicated. But I think what the applicant is proposing is commensurate with other projects that we've approved style-wise, and I think they've responded to many of the concerns and increased the landscaping at the street side. You're using natural materials that are, you know, the sandstone, which is compatible with the region and the site. And so I can support preliminary approval. I am concerned about the glass railings and would want non-reflective glass to be used on those, which benefits the applicant as well as the community. But overall, I think it's a challenging project, and this is a good design solution.
Robert, comments?
Yeah, again, a difficult site. You're right next to the flood zone. You really can't push it any further from the street. And, you know, I agree with Bill and Dave that, you know, it all comes down to materials and execution. And if you're going to use beautiful Santa Barbara sandstone, when this place is done, I think your neighbors are going to be very pleased, actually, because it's going to be a quality material wise house. And to me, that's what makes this work, even though it's a little brutal from the street. That provides privacy for the neighbors too. So I support this project.
Rob, comments, please.
I agree with the comments from fellow board members, although I do have one question. We're in a high fire hazard area, correct?
Yes, of course.
So some of the trees I question as to whether they would meet the dense defensible space requirements from the county. They look like they're close to the building, and so it may kind of impose some of the things you're trying to accomplish in screening. But overall, I support, you know, and I think that can be easily kind of rectified. But I support the project and agree with the other members of the board.
Yep, last chance. Are you out? Are you in? Okay. I find the lower photograph to be revealing, and Derek, quite frankly, I'm a little sorry you didn't add the extra trees, because I think what they're really saying, what the neighbors are really saying is this project is more visible to the street than many projects in Montecito. We have down in the hedgerow is sort of the quintessential tall hedges. We have areas throughout Montecito where there are extremely large trees between the house and the property line and the street. And I know that if there were we don't have a perimeter hedge at the front, as an example, that would essentially get rid of this house visually from anybody except down the driveway. So, I go along Cold Spring Road over near the debris basin, and there's that large house that's down. It's farther down than this one is, but there's trees up at the street. There's hedges up at the street. You can't see that guy. So as an example, so I also can support it, but I am not convinced that the landscape plan is correct yet. And I think that we normally ask for perimeter landscaping, hedging, and I don't see it here, or getting trees closer to the street than closer to the house. I'm not sure. I assume Rob is right. He knows a heck of a lot more about that stuff than I do, but maybe pulling some of that off. So I also can support it for preliminary, but I don't think I'm going to be able to wrap my hands around this thing without some kind of additional landscaping between the street and the project itself, the house itself. So given that, is everybody okay with a motion for preliminary with a restudy of the landscaping? Is that acceptable to people?
Yeah.
Yeah. Re-landscaping at the front.
When it comes, do you want a full board landscape? Yeah, let's do full board, because there's enough people that are concerned. Yes, Rob.
So I think that trying to comply with the defensible space will go hand in hand with hiding that house, pulling those trees off the building and pulling them where you can pull them out to the street. And so that could work for them by complying with the defensible space stuff and then at the same time screening the building. So.
Okay, so Bill.
I was just going to say,
John, I'd like to clarify something. I just want to point out that I mentioned that this rendering wasn't updated to show the landscaping, and I think that that's the mistake. So we'll certainly do that, study the defensible space.
Comment right here. So Bill.
So I was just going to comment, I don't know whether or not this is workable, but what about greening up some of the walls too, like green walls in some of the areas?
I don't know. No. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for sharing.
All right.
No.
Okay, and before, it sounds like we're going to get a motion for approval, and I want to say something to the neighbors. You have every right to appeal this project, as every neighbor or every concerned person does. It's normally the appeal has to be in a week from not this Monday, but the Monday after. But with Thanksgiving there, I don't know what the rules are. But if you do want to appeal this, it is certainly your right. Please exercise your right if you feel that that's what you need to do. To that end,
the appeal period will run 10 days from the date of approval. If one of those days ends on a holiday, it is the next business day at 5 p.m.
So it's not a holiday a week from Monday. It would then be Monday.
Yes, the same.
Same thing. So if you want to appeal it, you have 10 days. It has to be written, just anyway, there are rules about what to include and everything. But to that end, I will move for preliminary approval with the applicant to restudy the landscaping, restudy and augment. Isn't that what we're asking for? The landscaping between the front of the house and the street, and return to the full board for that review. Now, members, neighbors, the appeal decision is about ready to be made if this vote is positive. You can't appeal the final. So if you want to appeal, now is the time to do it. Okay? So I'm not trying to encourage you to do it, but I don't want you to miss the opportunity because you misunderstood our process. Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Did I hear it?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Thank you.
Thank
Item
you.
number 9. This is our last item?
Yep.
Wow. Geez, it's only almost 5. Item number 9, 350 Woodley Road. We've seen this, I don't know, a number of times,
Look at the list.
too many times.
For actually, how many? Way back to 21?
Yeah.
Been years.
Well, and we have a memo on this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. So project is requesting to be heard for final review. For final approval, okay. Minimal changes from original preliminary approval plans are as follows. Originally proposed garage reduced in size and an attached basement gym is proposed adjacent to the garage. The addition of the gym is all within the originally proposed building footprint. A light well is added. The gym has a sliding glass door leading out to the light well, adding an additional 41 square feet, increasing the overall FAR 2%. Additional minor landscape changes and all other minor aesthetic changes. Now, for members that don't review this, they had come in at one point and put this exercise room attached to the house, downstairs, did a huge regrading, et cetera. We expressed concerns about that. They changed it. So now this is an alternative, essentially returning it to the design you had before. So please, with that, please go ahead. And we are on for final today.
Hi, my name is Carl Cross from Studio William Hefner, along with Stephen Diaz from our office as well. As you mentioned before, we did come across the board last in the early part of the summer in regards to the detached proposal of the gym, and it was not accepted to your liking. So today we are back with architectural detailing, the landscape plan that will be presented by Mark Koskowski from our office, and the proposal to convert the proposed crawl space adjacent to the garage into a gym with the addition of the light well and the walkable skylights to provide light and ventilation. So I guess if we could go to the.
So Dave, just go through each sheet just so that we see them, please. And tell us when to stop when you want to highlight something.
Sure.
Okay?
The floor plans would be
Let's
right
keep
place.
going.
Right here. So if you could zoom into the garage area. To the left, yeah, right there. So next to the garage there is the proposed gym. That was an existing crawl space that we've converted it to a workout space. We've added the additional light well to the north of there for light and ventilation, and also walkable skylights to the south and to the east to allow light inside there. And that's it for the proposal for anything new. If we go to that section on sheet A3 1.4. Up at the top there, zoom in on that. That just shows a little section through there with the skylight and kind of a planter below there on the shelf. And then to the right is the full light well for exiting and light and ventilation as well. And there's the details, if you go back one page, the details are to the right of that on the bottom.
Keep going. Well, it's final, so details are needing to be reviewed. Did you look at that? Yeah, I did. Sure, but
So the landscape plan is something I don't think you've seen, and if Mark is available, he could present that. David, is Mark? Okay.
are you on, please? Landscape?
Yes, I think I just got on. So
Thank you.
the landscape development has been kept pretty minimal on this project. We've added about 400 square feet of landscape, and they are mostly handled in on-grade planters around the building in small areas. Very simple planting. Right now, we're just going, because they're such small planters, they're going to be small, low water use plants. Teucrium, the wall germander, is the main plant that we'll be using in those small planters. There is also the addition of a walkway, kind of just to the left of the main house. You can see that in a pebble pathway with some such stone steps that basically connect the new development to existing landscape.
So no wheelo, no irrigation. Yes, is that correct, please?
That's correct.
And you're going to represent it's less than 2,500 square feet and therefore it's not necessary?
That's correct.
Well, that's true for wheelo, but it's not true for irrigation necessarily. Okay, so are you guys done with your presentation, please?
Yes.
Questions? I'm just going to go down the table. Rob, please.
I guess it's what I saw with one of the earlier projects, that the landscape, hardscape part of it seems to need a lot more information and needs to, for the size of the property, there seems like would require more sophistication in the development of the plans. And I don't know if that's the.
Most of this particular project is already completely planted.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's why there isn't any landscape happening,
right, well,
because all of it, the entire
that was going to
property
be
is
one of my
already
questions
planted.
was.
The only thing that needs to be planted is right around the house where it changed. So that's why they're.
Okay, well, then that's, if it's
to let-
okay with you folks that have seen it, then that's fine.
Question.
Yeah.
So Robert, please.
No questions.
Bill,
No questions.
Claire,
None.
Dave, please.
Just want to make sure the only change is the addition of the gym, which is basically subgrade. So architecturally and visually, things aren't changing relative to the previous project.
That is correct.
And I have none. Public comment. Is there anybody that would like to address the board on item number 9, 350 Woodley Road? Please.
No requests to speak.
Okay, comments. We are on for final. Let's again go down through. Rob, if you want to.
Even with that, there still needs to be a little bit more information, I think, on the landscape plan. Does it not require wheelo? Or is it?
It's less than 2,500.
Okay, so, but, does it not need an irrigation plan at least in the?
I think so.
So it seems to me there just needs to be more, if you don't mind, a little more detail on the planting and irrigation. and any hardscape that you might propose or, and if there's any lighting, please.
Okay, Robert, please.
Not being familiar with this project, and I don't want to address the landscape. We have others here to do that. I would suggest it. I mean, I'd hate to hold it up. Can we give it?
Nope, it's all or nothing, buddy. They can come back on consent next week, 2 weeks.
Well, and I'd say we should do that.
Bill, please.
I'd be okay for returning for final on consent.
Claire, please.
What's the, it's final on, we're now gonna move it to final on consent. I don't quite.
With
They are
additional
concerned that the
landscape.
landscaping is not fully, even if it's small, is not fully described.
Described, that's what we're missing. It's just some work to be done.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
Small amount.
there's no changes to it because most of it, the whole project is totally.
They just
landscape,
said that they
except
were-
right there, that
And,
little tiny bit.
and it's not well described, we believe. Or if you disagree with that, please say you
Yeah.
disagree with
No,
it.
I mean, I'm ready to give it final right now because I think, because they've been working on it for 3 years. And what we've got, it is a project that's approvable for me, totally, you know, because there was never landscaping that was hardly, there was never any need for any landscaping. And because the house itself existed, and so for me, there was just a little bit along that edge is all that was wanted and needed, which is what's showing on the plan. So I don't see why we want to see any more because it's already been done.
How much development I'm sorry, how much development is happening in this proposal?
None.
They're
Just, well, it's all around, it's just
So
the
is-
front of the house is all, they changed the front of the house.
So in the construction process, will there be enough disturbance that would require a little bit?
hang
more?
on. So Dave, comments
I'm fine with the project. I,
as is.
leave the landscape up to the landscape people. Yeah, as is. Yeah.
Okay, so we have a disagreement about a relatively small amount of the scope of the work. It would be inconsistent, in my opinion, not to have that clarified. I can see the argument, you know, come on, guys, it's a small project, let's rock and roll. I can understand that side too. So I want a quick vote. All those that believe let's rock and roll. I don't agree with that, okay, so
I don't want to hold it up, so that's it.
okay, so I am not in that camp, so would somebody else make a motion, please?
Yeah.
Make a motion for final approval
As submitted.
as submitted.
Is there a second,
Yes.
please?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? I'm gonna vote no, not because I think it's a good project, but because I don't think it's complete. So
I'm going to vote no too with that said.
all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. And we have one other quick item. I got an email from gentleman right in front of me. The owners at what's the address here? 730 Lilac. If I remember that project, it's a modern house extending out over the grading, and we said, perhaps you should turn it and do this and that. They're asking us for a site visit prior to doing any important rework next week or next 2 weeks. This is an out of sequence project as a board. Do we feel it's a good idea to familiarize ourselves with it at their request, or should we ask them to make the best effort and then come and challenge?
Did we have questions
Well,
about
it
wanting to
was-
see the property back then? I don't quite remember the project, but
Okay, so there's a slope and they have it like this, and we said, why don't you turn it like this so you're minimizing the gradient and stuff,
right, yeah.
right? So, and it seemed like they were doing a lot of work. that could have been done in a more efficient manner.
You're just suggesting a site visit then?
They are asking for it.
Next meeting, yeah.
What do you think?
Be okay with that if that helps them out.
Okay.
Yeah, fine.
I'm the messenger here.
Brought it up.
They also didn't want to do that. I got an email request from David who sent it over, and I could make an executive decision about this, but I'm trying to include.
Well,
the
here's
board.
how we could approach it, Dave. Whoever doesn't want to go wouldn't have to go. Is that right? Is there, you have to have a quorum to
It
go?
doesn't have to be agenda.
The other way to attack it is to say, please do a basic massing model that shows alternate massing schemes. Because the problem was that many of us, they were just, they were fighting the grade. If they just shifted that or did this and that, we can understand
I know
that.
what project this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, and they had the whole house was shooting out that way.
Yeah,
and-
so
Yeah.
So we could-
My inclination is to have them work that out before we go out there. Because there isn't anything specific about the site.
What is the site?
Okay,
Yeah.
so no, we won't do it. We would ask them to come in with simple, non-highly rendered, like massing models and things like that, so we can chat about it.
Yeah.
And maybe some grading. Okay, so with that, you knew it was gonna be one of those meetings. I knew. Is there somebody that'd like to move for adjournment, please?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you all.
Hey, where'd it go?
Right.